to be back. Been too long. And a Bray with the sub for Reed with the sub. This is Ozzy. Steve, Lotus 6, Joey with the tier 3 Joey. Jordan with the 22. Diz, Jack, Trev, Force, the God, Lion. Gabe with the Prime Omega. Cootius, Jester, Ladies Man, Serial, Chaos, Solemn, Dallin, Normor, Hero, Neo, Daedric, Dreams. Good to see everybody. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Mother's Day. Damn right, damn right. MILFs everywhere. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and start bringing it down right now, guys. Oh, can I just say this image right here? We are getting, this is our final shape. Myself, Frost, and ZK working at Mickey D's. This is truly the final shape, and we are getting closer and closer to it. Most notably with the news here recently about Bungie. And let me just say, guys, it ain't good. I've been seeing a lot of things online. I've seen people try to pull some copium bullshit out of their ass saying, oh, no. This is actually a good thing. Or my favorite, this is all part of the process. This was the plan of Sony's all along. Delusional. But not as delusional as the Marathon community. Oh yeah, you fuckers. Believe me, Destiny players, we have been submerged in the copium, but you guys are running in head first, thick into it, my man. So we're gonna be talking about it today, and there may be some shit talking here and there. I guess we could say it's out of love, but I don't know. I don't know if it necessarily is love. I will say there's somewhat of a civil war happening in the Bungie community. You've got Destiny players blaming Marathon players. You got Marathon players blaming Destiny players. When in reality, it should really just fall on Bungie. But let's get into the news. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Hold on, actually, let me pull up the original tweet. So, I'm on vacation this week, and this is what I woke up to. PlayStation's reported a $765 million impairment loss due to underperformance by Bungie. Now, if you remember what I said leading up to this earnings call, I told you guys that we were in speculation territory. You know what I'm saying? Yes, there was an impairment at the end of last year, if y'all remember that. No, it did not go against goodwill, but still not a good sign. And I told you guys Strike 2 would be another impairment. Strike 2 and 3 would have been an impairment and also against goodwill. Now, as far as I'm understanding, it didn't go against goodwill, but it still is an impairment nonetheless. And there seems to be some copium about this where we're the same folks that came out and say, don't worry, this is just an accounting thing. They're also the same people that come out and say, don't worry about it. You know, when you buy something that's for your business, it's a business expense. As if that makes it free. That's not how that works, guys. But when you say something, oh, I'm going to write it off, it doesn't make that item or whatever, that expense free, okay? You know, spending $1 to save 30 cents or whatever, it's not, it's just, it makes a situation, and in this case, it's a pyramid, a shitty situation, still shitty, but you're at least able to take advantage of the shit. You see where I'm coming from? So the impairment here, essentially all it really boils down to is, well, Bungie's assessed value is obviously not as much as Sony originally thought. I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, we could have all kind of assumed that. Let's just say this, though. Because Pete Parsons, by the way, he's on some tropical island somewhere, sitting in one of his 35 exotic cars. And can we just say, I don't like what he did to Destiny or Bungie, but, man, my man's straight up a villain. I mean, he came in there, he talked the talk, obviously couldn't walk it, but he talked the talk, said Bungie had all these incubation projects. He was like, Destiny is cranking, we're cranking on Destiny, we're cranking on Marathon, we got gummy bears, we got Destiny Payback. Oh yeah, we are live service gods. Everything we touch turns to gold, and we've got 4 or 5 more live service games. And Sony was like, all right, how much? And Pete was like, I don't know, man. Billions, probably. And unfortunately, that's what Sony paid. Now, yes, there's some accounting benefits right now to the impairment, but regardless, whether you were Microsoft back in the day with Mojang, whether you're Tencent with Riot, when you buy any asset, you want it to be, you want it to have a good return. And I can promise you that's the alternative that Sony would rather have right now. They would rather have Bungie be exactly what they said they were going to be. You know what I mean? This is what Bungie wishes. Or this is what Sony wishes. And probably Bungie. But this is definitely what Sony wishes. Sony probably wishes Concord would have been a success. That with the guidance of Bungie, multiple live service games would be propped up, would be accruing revenue, which would offset the big gaps between their big launches, right? And they probably wish Marathon would have came out way before Arc Raiders did and capitalized on that, more casual audience to extraction shooters. Although by design, it really wasn't that ever, right? And then they also probably wish that Destiny was continuing the same numbers that it was continuing back during Witch Queen and Lightfall and Final Shape. And you know what's so sad about that? Is that despite Lightfall and despite Final Shape selling as well as they sold, I mean, you can just go look at the concurrent numbers to show you where they were at that time. It's fantastic. Dude, I remember a time when we got below 100,000 concurrent players, I thought we were fucking dead. And brother, we are way below that now. But even following those big launches, and even though the critical reviews for Lightfall weren't good, the numbers were still good. Layoffs still followed. That's the sad thing. Man, as a mod, you shouldn't get ads. Chief, as a mod, you should be subscribed. I don't know what else to tell you. The fuck you talking about? Coming in here saying, as a mod, you shouldn't get ads. Are you shitting me right now? All right. I've yapped long enough. Sony backs Marathon even after $765 million in Bungie impairment losses. So this was from Paul Tassi. This was published just the other day. Let me move me down real quick. By the way, I've been seeing Paul's been catching a lot of heat online. A lot of people in the Marathon community. Not many of them. You know what I'm saying? But they're pretty vocal. And they've been giving Paul a lot of shit. He's got a new article as well. Yeah, we'll probably hit them all. While most of Sony's recent earnings news this week was positive, there was one very glaring red mark in the books. That would be Bungie, for which Sony revealed another $565 million in impairment losses, joining the $200 million it had announced previously. Despite that, Sony said it is backing Bungie's recent underperforming release, Marathon, and continues to support the studio, but there's a lot to dissect here, so let's go through it. What is now $765 million in impairment losses against Bungie is not something as simple as Bungie games are $765 million in the red. Rather, what impairment losses are doing is acknowledging that Bungie is not as valuable of an asset as Sony thought it was when it bought it for $3.6 billion, so it keeps knocking that number down. Why is this important? Again, you're able to get some tax benefits out of an impairment. The other thing is you don't have to fight auditors. See, at some point down the road, if, say, Sony was just like, hey, let's just be very quiet about this. Let's just play pretend. Let's pretend Marathon was a great success. Let's also pretend that Bungie is worth $3.6 billion. That runs into an issue down the road when you have people auditing. Because they're obviously going to look at the numbers and say, that don't look right. You see what I mean? It's a way of cleaning up your financials. Sony, looking ahead to fiscal year 2026, says it believes those impairment losses for Bungie will be absent, or at least way less than the 1 billion yen, 565 million from this year. It remains rather wild that Sony ever thought Bungie was worth 3.6 billion, which was eyebrow raising at the time. And from an outside perspective, it still seems that it's probably worth less than Sony is saying, especially given recent events. I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, look, we talk a lot of shit about Pete. But if there's one thing that Pete seemed to have done his job well on, it was, getting the biggest price possible for Bungie. I also think this was a knee-jerk reaction at the time because Sony was getting a little scared with what was happening on the Xbox side. Lots of acquisitions. Of course, the thing that was leading up to the big acquisition of Activision, right? And so, to me, it seemed like a knee-jerk reaction. It almost reminded me, although this is a much bigger scale, but it reminded me years ago whenever every platform was buying content creators, if y'all remember that. Everybody was trying to lock in content creators in exclusive deals, and it really just took Mixer going out for them to finally be like, whoa, this is not sustainable. And so, yeah, it's a situation like this, but on a much bigger scale, and obviously, you have tangible products that go alongside it outside of, influencer. Rip Mixer dog, yeah. Despite this, Sony has at least publicly backed Bungie's continued work on Marathon, saying players' reception to Marathon is strong, receiving a Metacritic score of 82, and more than 90% of the player reviews on Steam being positive. Engagement metrics such as retention also remain at a high level. Going forward, we aim to improve the performance of the game by working to retain highly engaged core users through the introduction of additional content, further improvements in the gameplay experience, and expansion of the user base. Yeah. I mean, look, I think the main thing is like the people that are still playing Marathon, they're playing a lot of it, Personally, I think Destiny is the better investment. And I know Marathon people, you're going to come for my neck right now, but I just think it is. I think it has a more interesting universe. I think that the base there, the foundation there is just way more solid. And, I think right now they're seeing some like high retention numbers, but that tends to happen. For instance, this is a very small piece of what I can offer here from personal experience. But like, if I drop a video on my channel, what you normally find is the videos with the least amount of views have the highest retention. If it just seems to work that way, man. It's like people that are actually interested in that particular topic, or in this case, a community is actually engaged with Marathon and its IP, tend to play the fuck out of this. Or in my case, they'll watch like Diablo or something like that. They'll watch like 3-4 times the amount of some of our other pieces. And of course, there's a lot of variables that's involved in that, from the entire view or the video duration and whatnot. But it's interesting how that goes. It's like the further something keeps refining down, yes, those players will be the ones that play the shit out of your game. That optimism seems unwarranted if you've been tracking the performance of the game, which has continually lost players since launch with no signs of anything resembling a turnaround. Even as moves have been made to appeal to more casual players. On PC, its main platform, it's about to dip below Destiny 2's nightly numbers. It already has. And an 11-year-old game that is in the middle of its longest content drought in its history. Even as Sony is saying this now, there's nothing to guarantee a lack of poor outcomes for Bungie, including layoffs, reduced costs, which in turn would mean less investment in these games, which would likely mean fewer players, a spiral we've already seen with Destiny. It's very clear that Bungie does not currently have enough resources to produce enough content for Destiny 2, the studio now tilting in favor of Marathon in terms of total devs aside, and that isn't going well either. I think Paul's referring to his insider stating that there's now officially more developers on Marathon than Destiny. Destiny 2 simply wasn't mentioned at all, which is disconcerting for what was Bungie's flagship franchise and now a game that has no clear roadmap for the future. Fans are hoping that Destiny 3 may soon be announced, but there are no indications that is going to be the case, and that would likely have to come with a near total shutdown on work on Destiny 2 for years to come. I tell you this, guys, from what I looked at in the earnings call, I'm not hopeful of a sequel for Destiny. Everything that was mentioned in the earnings call, the fact whether the lack of Destiny being mentioned, makes me feel like there's just Destiny 3 is probably not getting made. But there is no imminent plug pulling of Marathon, which I've always predicted will get at least a year of content to see if it could find an audience. Nor do I believe Sony is on the verge of closing Bungie itself, even if its value has fallen as an asset. After all, its asset that Sony is still valuing at billions, mind you. This is not Concord, the Sony game made by a brand new studio that arrived with 700 concurrent PC players were shuttered. But to say the good news coming out of all this is, well, at least Bungie and Marathon weren't just publicly executed. That's not exactly a great place to be. It's almost entirely bad news, and this idea that Bungie can surely turn Marathon around is not something that reflects the reality on the ground. Not from any data we could see. The studio continues to navigate choppy seas, but Sony is not yet scuttling the ship. So, first up, you guys have been giving Paul so much heat on his coverage, and it's been coming directly from the Marathon community, as if he's painting an overall negative picture when there's really no other way to see it. You know, yes, I guess retention is good for the people that are playing Marathon. And that's cool. But no one's fucking playing it. If I pull a look, I hate to be this guy. I'm about to be this fucking guy. Let me pull this shit up. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay. All right. Where are we at? Okay. Here we are. Marathon. It's Sunday. It's Mother's Day. Marathon players, maybe they just really love their moms. Completely fine. I understand. 9,974 players. Destiny 2 is currently beating that. And we don't have shit in Destiny right now. You know that? Not shit. Nothing has happened in Destiny. Like nothing. Look, man, I hate to be that fucking guy, but y'all make me be that guy right now. Now, you could say, well, maybe Destiny 2 players just don't like their mothers. There. There. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Knock it off with the Marathon hate. Believe me, brother, I'm not hating Marathon. The fault really lies with Bungie on this. Okay. However, imagine this. Imagine there they stand. Destiny and Marathon. And I had to choose which one to let go. You know what I mean? Imagine the Titanic going down and there's only one life raft available. And only Destiny 2 could get on or Marathon could get on. Even in its shittiest state, its lowest low, I would get Destiny 2 off that ship well before Marathon. Matter of fact, I would strap Marathon down with cinder blocks. Put him all the way in the bottom of the ship and make eye contact with him all the way down. Look. We're gonna have this dance. We're gonna do it. We're gonna watch and see how it goes. I already told you guys that I had a feeling Bungie was about to ice, or Sony was about to ice Destiny's IP. That doesn't mean they're killing it. That just means for the foreseeable future, it's going to have minimum investment. And Marathon, they are going to try to pull a Forsaken. They are going to try to pull a Taken King. And you know what? I'll be around. I will be around and we'll see. We'll see. But here's what I truly believe. I don't believe Marathon will be able to turn things back around. That's not to take away from the guys at Bungie working on Marathon who are probably putting their heart and souls into it. I just personally don't think Marathon is going to be able to turn it around. Not to the degree that Sony wants or that Bungie needs. I'll put it to you like this. Do you think Marathon right now has an all-time peak of 88,337 players? Now, my ass, man, I mean, I was in copium land leading up to the launch of Marathon, and I was like, it won't break below 100,000 players. Brother, it didn't even go over that. It didn't even touch it. But no, for real. At this point, I feel like I'm like the Jim Cramer of fucking gaming, okay? Do you think that it's going to go over 88,337 players in Season 2? Or Season 3? Or if they did like a big one-year launch, do you think it will go over that number? Or do you think that 88,337 is its all-time high and will forever be its all-time high? Only going free to play? I have said it for a while now that Bungie should really consider not going completely free to play, just adding one map and making it a free to play map. It can literally be sponsor kits. People can jump in there, mess around, and you might get some conversions. Will there be cheaters? Of course, but you might get some conversions. And if anything, you could pad the stats a little bit. But even then, guys, I don't know, boys. I would be very, very surprised. I'd be very surprised if he gets over that number. I just feel like so many people have already made up their mind about Marathon. You know what I'm saying? I feel like so many people have already made their mind up about Marathon. And sure, the people that are playing Marathon, they're enjoying it. I'm glad they have. Or I'm glad they are, It's tough, man. It's tough. Marathon community, I give you guys shit. But I definitely enjoyed my time playing Marathon. To me, it's a seasonal game. And so I'll jump back in, probably when a new season launches. If there's something big, coming each launch. If it's just like, hey, get ready to do all your faction quests all over again and re-earn all the same shit again. You know what I'm coming from? Which very likely that is the case. Then my time playing each season is going to be probably much less. With that being said, though, I think Destiny is the better game. I think it's the stronger IP. I think it's the sexier game. I think that it's just better on every level. I think it looks better. It feels better. It shoots better. It plays better. It's just better. It's fucking so much better. I can't express just how much better Destiny is. And Destiny 1 is better, okay? Destiny 1 fucking kills Marathon. Look, Marathon is a fun time. I have a good time playing Marathon. But there's no world in which I would choose Marathon over Destiny, okay? If I could do it, I would execute Marathon for Bungie, all right? If this is a tough decision for them, dude, not even 2 minutes in a pillow. I fucking got this shit. I will make this decision. And then we can get back to making more Destiny. Let's see Destiny 1 stats. What's not on PC? I'm going to be honest. If they dropped the Destiny Classic right now, it would beat the shit out of Destiny 2 and Marathon combined. Look. You don't want this fight, Marathon community. Destiny 2 community, y'all don't want this fight either. If a Destiny Classic dropped on PC right now, it would beat the piss out of both these games. No, I don't think Marathon is the worst game at all. I just think that it came out. There's so many things that went wrong, man. So many things. Dude, I'm going to be telling my grandkids about this if they're even going to care. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be like, Grandpa, tell us a story. And I'm going to be like, the story can go many ways. It could be like, I'm going to tell you a story about a studio that made an epic comeback by becoming completely community driven. And I'm going to show you where it fell and where they picked it back up. Or I'm going to be like, I'm going to tell you a story of a studio that chopped their own dick off. Fucking chopped the testicles off. Fucking shit on everything. They just shit on everything. And they're going to be like, Grandpa, tell us that story. How did this company chop their own balls and dick off? Well, there was a guy named Pete. And Pete said, I got a lot of shit. Turns out, Pete didn't have nothing except cars. And that's how the story goes. Base grandkids. Look, it's unfortunate, man. Marathon was supposed to come out at least a year ago. It's just bad, dude. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. All right, can you imagine working on Marathon? Can you imagine just being like a developer for just Marathon? You don't work on Destiny. You never worked at Bungie. You finally get hired on. You get hired on at Bungie. You get hired on a Marathon. You show up and you're like, fuck yeah. Leadership seems cool as shit. Then a week goes by. Leadership fucking gone. Christopher Barrett laid off. Why? Truth and Dare. Too much. Or Truth or Dare. Truth or Dare. Too much. Shouldn't do it at all. Shit happened. Leadership changes. All right. Simultaneously, tons of other layoffs happening in the studio. All those people you met that work on Destiny, they're all fucking getting laid off or leaving. And so you're like, damn, dude, this is really scary. I just showed up here. I just started working last week and fucking so many things happening. And then new leadership comes in, that being Ziegler. Ziegler comes in and he's like, listen, I'm from Valorant. And the way Marathon looks like right now, looks like shit. We're going to change everything. So, and look, nothing against Ziegler. I think Ziegler's got a great mind, but it takes time. Then Ziegler's like, all right, let's fucking, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do that. And then the time keeps extending, okay? Keeps extending. And then when they feel like they're like, all right, we're almost there. We're almost to the promised land. They launched the alpha. Now, alpha wasn't received that well. Because the alpha looked like shit. Let's just be clear. It looked like shit. Wasn't received well. But the thing that really hurt them the most was that inside the alpha was a bunch of in-game assets with decals of another artist, an independent artist. Brother. Thus, the art scandal formed. It sucks, man. It sucks. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And I've said it still. It's kind of amazing that Marathon even made it. Like, it's really amazing Marathon made it out the door. So if you work that hard just to get Marathon out the door, of course Bungie and Sony are going to commit resources to it. And they're going to play this dance for probably a year. Probably a year. The question is at this point, and this is the point that hurts the most, is one, is there going to be layoffs following this impairment news? Two, where are the layoffs going to hit? Are they going to hit more on the Destiny side? Are they going to hit more on the Marathon side? And let me just say, man, I don't think either side can really lose many people at this point. You know what I mean? Might be both. Might be both. And those are the people that are, I mean, they're the ones that are going to be living through this. I think my biggest issue with everything that has happened over really since Bungie's been acquired by Sony is the whole that there was a large amount of funds set aside to retaining talent. And my question is what the fuck happened to that? If that was set aside to retain talent, then why didn't we retain talent? Why didn't we find a way to keep Chris Proctor? Why didn't we keep Joe? Why didn't we keep Mark Noseworthy and Luke Smith? Sure, some of you are going to say, but they left on their own accord. Dude, why didn't we keep Michael Salvatore? You know where I'm coming from? If that's what the funds, obviously people got paid. There are people that definitely got fucking paid. But in terms of retaining your top talent, your narrative team from Final Shape, what happened to retaining those people? I will take my pitchfork and burn Marathon to the ground. Look, I just wanted to have this conversation with you guys because I've seen different things online, some copium about, don't worry, this was all part of the plan. No, it wasn't. This is just this is taking advantage of a shitty situation, but at the end of the day, it's still a shit situation. I could promise you Sony wished that the return here was going. I mean, every studio out there or every big company like Sony out there that makes these big acquisitions and purchases are looking for the next Mojang. You know what I'm saying? Looking for the next Riot Games. They're looking for that next big one that's going to blow up. And obviously, things have not worked out in Bungie's or for Sony here. The second thing is that I think Destiny's IP, like we originally said, is getting put on ice. I'm just saying, guys, I would not be surprised if Destiny goes into maintenance mode after this next expansion. I wouldn't be surprised if, at best, we get a Renegade style expansion per year with your normal cadence of other things like Guardian games, holiday events. You see where I'm coming from? Cross is killing Destiny fans right now. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I want us to be prepared for this. Okay? Because I just think it's kind of likely. Okay? Just based off of everything we've seen. And I think that unfortunately, I think there's going to be another wave of layoffs. It may not happen until later in the summer, but I do think that there's going to be another wave of layoffs. I hate that, but I just think that's probably going to end up happening. And I'm not hopeful that a Destiny 3 is being made right now. Which blows my mind. It's just because it seems stupid as fuck to not make a Destiny 3 that would obviously print. It's not until Marathon is stable. Right. And I don't know if Marathon is ever going to reach that point. Bungie's going to, because based on what their history is, they always feel I would say Bungie feels confident since their success with the Taken King, their success with Forsaken. These are the annual expansions that follow the release of Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. They feel very confident that their year 2 turnaround can change the course of the game. However, that's Destiny. And I say this with love, Marathon community. Marathon ain't Destiny. All right? There are people that like your game. I like it too sometimes. But it's not Destiny. So Marathon stable, so never? Potentially, yeah. In regards to gummy bears and Team LFG, nothing was said about them. Probably not going to hear anything about them until whatever it is that they're working on is coming out, probably. And keep in mind, what Team LFG really showcased is that Sony is completely willing to take individual teams and individual games within Bungie and siphon them off and put them under PlayStation Studios. That's really what that shows. And so the question is, are they going to do something similar with Marathon? I'd be surprised, but maybe. I don't know. Gummy bears, we don't really know what the fuck it is, guys. I have no idea. I mean, some people speculate it might be a MOBA. I have no idea. Whatever the case, there were Bungie developers that were working on it at Bungie, and Sony, instead of coming out and axing that game and the developers working on gummy bears, obviously it showed some levels of promise, because then they pulled it out from underneath Bungie and established Team LFG. If it's another extraction shooter, so help me God, I will fucking, we quit. We go into politics tomorrow. If fucking Gummy Bears comes out and it's another extraction shooter, Luke, on the schedule, we literally will cover nothing but politics here on out. It's gaming is over. AC with the 36 months, thank you so much. RC High Res with the sub, thank you. Anyways, that's that, guys. That's that. It's not good news. Like, there's nothing good about this. There really is nothing good about this. I think like some people are like, but the retention in marathon. All right. It's not good. You effectively have 2 games now, both competing for shit place. And that's not good. That's where Destiny 2 and Marathon is right now. Warframe new update in June. Yeah, I saw. These with the tier 3. Thank you so much, man. I know these. I know. I need to get in on the. Need to get FX in here at some point. FX left. He went to Warframe. He ain't coming back. Natties to the rescue. No idea, guys. No idea. I don't know. But I will say this. I just would not expect much on the I just wouldn't expect much on the Destiny side. You know, I think that they're going to I think we're going to go into maintenance mode is what Destiny's going to go into, and you guys are probably like, "Well, fuck, we're already there." Exactly. We're already there. And I think it's going to be even less than that, you know. So it's unfortunate. Is what it is. Sucks, man. Yeah, look, there is a way out of this. I want everyone to know there is a way out of this. Well, there's a way out of this, but it involves heavy investment back into the Destiny side of things. And I just don't see that happening from Sony right now, you know? So I'm kind of like, I know I haven't mentioned RuneScape once right now, but to be quite honest with you, JX is not Bungie. And neither is Sony.
Destiny to might be cooked, and honestly, I'm just sad about it. All those raids, all those hours, all those moments might be done. I'm not even mad, I'm just gonna miss it. Aztecross, we need that Destiny RuneScape more than ever. So chop, get on it. You are supposed to be Destiny Jesus, so save.
My God, dude. Fucking Destiny Jesus. Yeah, Jagex, especially at that time, was willing to be flexible and nimble and try things. And Bungie just doesn't. It seems like, one, they don't have the autonomy to even try things. And you know, it's not to say that it's Sony's fault for that either. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure Sony gave them a lot of ways they could be trying things that didn't pay off. So yeah, man, I don't know. I don't see much happening on the Destiny side. Time for Myth to cook. Are you sure it's not just a skill issue? Well, it could be a skill issue. It could be the fact that some of your greatest talent that worked at Bungie left. And therefore, you know, the quality of content has gone down. You know what I'm saying? It's like those two go hand in hand. Okay, left, layoff, You know where I'm coming from. They're not there anymore, is what I'm saying. They're not there. You know, if you had somebody like, look, I don't agree with everything Luke Smith did or said. You know where I'm coming from? But tell me you didn't get a little excited every time you saw Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy on the screen. Tell me, because what did they represent? What did those two guys represent? All right? You knew you were going to get fucked. It might be a bad fuck or might be a good fuck. You don't know. You don't really know. But it still brought a level of excitement. You know what I'm saying? It did. And I'm not going to lie. Going into Final Shape, when Luke Smith came on and he was like, you know, this is definitely not it for Destiny. And after the Final Shape has launched, we'll be back to talk more about that. God, dog it. I was so hopeful, man. I was like, oh shit. They're doing it, boys. They're doing it. They're gonna make it. They're gonna make a D3. It's all coming together. And somehow those guys essentially got let go. I know they left, but you know where I'm coming from. Look. Somebody explain to me differently here. When you reach a certain level of leadership within a company, if you notice, no one ever really, unless something really heinous happens, no one ever really gets let go or fired. You see where I'm coming from? Or they left on their own accord. You see where I'm coming from? This actually hurts my soul. You get pushed out. Outside of Michael Salvatore and them. Now that was a shittier situation. They probably wanted D3 and were told no. So then they exited. Yeah. Yeah. They were told either A, leave, or B, we fire you. What would I do to save Destiny? Can I just say Destiny is so just intertwined with the corporate world that I don't know how to navigate this. You know where I'm coming from? This isn't just like, hey, here's a single studio who owns an IP, who has creative freedom and direction here to try some things and mix things up. This isn't like we can go in there and make a few sandbox tweaks and changes here or throw in Pantheon 2.0. There's just so much intertwined in this that, yes, I could sit here and say we can follow the same roadmap that RuneScape followed with essentially old school RuneScape launching. You could do a classic launch. You can roll out that content over a year time frame instead of stretching out, of course, over 3 years, because that just wouldn't make sense. You could start with the OG sandbox. You can create goodwill by allowing Red War Campaign and Forsaken to be in a playable state in some way. I don't know how you figure out that way, whether that be in a D2 or maybe even a standalone download. But I don't know. I don't know. But that would establish some level of goodwill. The community would see that and go, all right, well, we don't forgive you, but we appreciate this. You know what I mean? We appreciate you at least trying. We still fucking remember. We don't forgive you, but we appreciate it. And all of this is to tee up the future, which would be a D3. Here's the problem with everything that I just said right now. Sony has to okay it. They have to say, all right, sure. And right now, they're just not in a... They're not... The trust between them and Bungie, I think, has really fallen. I don't think they have faith in Bungie, what Bungie wants to do, if Bungie even wants to do that. You see what I mean? Surely they could see the upside of D3. Yeah, but Sony works off of different timelines. You know where I'm coming from? Question. Do you think Sony, although that would be years out, you know, when do y'all think a PlayStation 6, yeah, when do y'all think a PlayStation 6 would launch? What year? Has it been speculated? Is it really next year? 2028? Yeah. I don't know, man. I honestly have no idea what Sony's really thinking here, guys. It concerned me they didn't mention Destiny at all. They mainly just stayed focused on just Bungie as a whole. They mentioned some of the positives about Marathon being the retention. But, you know, you got to have one positive in there. You know where I'm coming from? You know, hell, everything else was negative as fuck. So, you know, you kind of have to throw something in there. You know what I mean? Outside of just, you know, what else could they have said? Oh, Marathon's kind of a pretty game, you know. So, you know, with the CFO going to sit there and be like, well, the gunplay's pretty solid. No. But they're going to mention, like, retention. They're going to throw something in there that's solid. The funny thing is that they said the current is 90% positive review on Steam. It's barely 84%. I don't know. They working with, things are definitely, as time goes on, things will shift. We're in May now. They could have been working with like information from March, April, you know where I'm coming from? And maybe not looking at all, like, for instance, like the retention data. What's the cutoff point for the retention data? You know what I'm saying? I'm here for the Doom posting. It's March's info. Yeah. So, and again, so that's what I like. If I could influence in any kind of way, that's what I would want for Destiny. Where does that leave Marathon? I don't know. I don't know if Marathon is strong enough on its own. Like, Bungie doesn't launch a new game often. Okay? And I just don't know if Marathon... I mean, we're down here to Fallout 76 territory. Other extractions. And here's the problem that these other games that are way, way up on the list above Marathon. The issue is not what Marathon's number is. It's what their overhead is. Because I can guarantee you Marathon costs way fucking more to make than these other games. Okay? Way fucking more to make. And just as a whole, in terms of just overhead at Bungie, is just way more. Starfield is higher than Marathon? Jesus. I can't believe people are actually playing that. Dude, look at Cyberpunk. Dude, Cyberpunk's in at 41,000? Damn! I fucking love Cyberpunk. It's great, man. Diablo's doing good, even on Steam. And most of their players on BNet as well. Wow. Look at Crimson Desert still going. Hot damn, brother. Arc Raiders still cooking. I know a lot of people really ragging on Arc Raiders, but I tell you what, Marathon wishes it has those numbers. I can promise you that. We still need to play Slay the Spire too, by the way. Do need to play that. All right. Let me pull this up. Les, how you doing? Les is like, I'm here. Give me the negativity. By the way, guys, I you know, I really don't want to come off like overly negative, but when sometimes it's just the way it is. We'd like to better serve you as a value reader. I'm okay. All right. All right. So this is from Paul as well. It seems Destiny 2 and Marathon cannot properly coexist at Bungie. Now, this is the one that Paul caught a lot of heat on. Everybody, man, everybody, what was Twitter? Everybody was talking shit. Now, in the wake of the announcement that Sony has now racked up $765 million in impairment losses against Bungie, devaluing the asset it once purchased for $3.6 billion, significant questions have been raised about the future of the studio and its two games, Marathon and Destiny 2. While Sony acknowledged the underperformance that led to these losses, it continues to back Marathon, saying more content and ideas are on the way to retain hardcore players and attract new ones. Destiny 2, Bungie's flagship game, was not mentioned once in either Sony's earnings presentation or call. It is becoming increasingly clear that it is likely not possible to sustain both Destiny 2 and Marathon within a scaled-down Bungie, especially as more resources are pulled from Destiny and shoveled over to Marathon, which has more devs working on it. I fear this may be leading to one inescapable conclusion. One has to go, or at least be frozen in cryo. Lacking both the resources it once had when Marathon had a much smaller team and before several rounds of layoffs at the studio, Bungie is having significant problems producing even a much lighter calendar of content for Destiny 2, currently in the midst of its longest content drought ever, and as such, its lowest player counts. Marathon, meanwhile, is a fresh new release that's producing at least the sort of content you would expect from a game like this, stuff at a much smaller scale, like a new hero, a map variant, and surely more gear in the upcoming Season 2 in about a month. But to even make that, it requires more than half the studio. Even with Sony publicly backing Marathon, the game continues to bleed players, directly contradicting Sony's earnings statement that retention that remains at a high level, which does not reflect public data. On any given day, Destiny 2 will have more players on Steam during the day, while Marathon is edging above it at night, but only just. But the reality is that Destiny has more players overall, given that Marathon skews more significantly toward a PC player base. This, the Destiny series that is in the year 11 of content and during its worst down period ever, and Marathon, which came out 2 months ago. If you had to pick one, what do you pick? Before we get into this, I can hear people already. Am I biased? Sure, I'm biased. Damn, Paul. I've said publicly that Marathon is not for me personally. And I've played Destiny for all those 11 years, but I truly do think that objectively. Destiny makes the most sense to invest in over Marathon in one form or another. Look, yeah, Paul's a little biased. I mean, you could say I'm biased too. I'm going to be honest. Like, I enjoy my time playing Marathon. Dude, I wish Marathon fondled the balls. And it did all right there for about 30 days. I will say for about 30 days, it was stroking it pretty good, right? But then it started to lose its grip a little bit after the first 30 days. And yeah, it doesn't really... I'm not like jumping up to go play Marathon at this point. You know what I mean? Y'all saw the other day, I think it was uninstalled. And, you know, we'll reinstall probably for Season 2, but that's just kind of how I'm treating Marathon. It's an extraction, brother. Well, I don't understand. What's that reply supposed to be? It's an extraction. What are you trying to say with that statement? Because if you're saying it's an extraction, therefore no one plays these games that long to begin with. Trust me, there's a lot of publishers and developers that think otherwise. Hence the hundreds of millions of dollars being thrown in the space. Dude, when Disney is making an extraction, they obviously think otherwise, you know? I tell you this, dude. When we make comments like a game is too niche or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Here's what we're really bulling out to. The game ain't good enough. All right, that's really all it really boils down to. We can justify it all we want, and I make this analogy all the time. All right? It's like that girl. You're like, wow. On paper, she's everything. You know what I mean? You know, she does her taxes. You know, she's a great cook, great personality. You know what I mean? You say all, you lay it all out. You're like, yeah, look. But you don't have to explain the girl with the fat ass. You know where I'm coming from? You don't even have to say nothing about that one. Everyone just knows. You're like, oh. Well, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Well. You're like, would you like the resume? No, not necessary. I see what you see. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make is Marathon, we're always trying to like, you know, we're always trying to lay out the resume and they're like, oh, it's too niche, it's hardcore, but it's a skill expression game, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what? There's a god of badonkadonk. Because Destiny, God, dog it. Destiny was bad. Bad, I say. Destiny make you abandon your family. And it was that bad for like a decade. That's a hell of a run. Was, though. Was. Emphasis on was. I know. You living in the past, brother? Yeah, you know, probably. She had her problems here and there, but was worth it. I believe more in the ability to revive Destiny than I do the ability to dramatically expand Marathon's player base and make it more broadly appealing. Is everyone fed up with Destiny and has it lost a lot of its players? Yes. But there's also that decade-long relationship with the game and a series that players have, something that isn't true of Marathon despite it having some initial diehards. Say Destiny 2 is gone and all the Bungie moves to Marathon. What does that look like? What are you producing at that point per season to sell millions of more copies if you don't go free to play, unless you're doing something wacky like totally expanding the game into it also being a battle royale or arena shooter or PvE horde mode? Are you going to spend another $100 million making a single player campaign? All of that seems either incredibly unlikely, a bad idea, or both. Bungie, if you abandon Destiny, like truly, if you abandon Destiny, I will never play another Bungie game again. I'm being that fucking petty today. No. Look. I don't want to be that fucking guy to draw this line in the sand. If you completely abandon Destiny, I am fucking done. I will join the mass casuals out there that have not played Marathon out of spite. That's a Sony choice. You are right about that. You are right that it is a Sony choice. Although, let's be clear, many of the decisions that have happened at Bungie has led to this point, okay? But regardless, if Destiny gets completely abandoned, brother, you think I'm going to sit around and be like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll play this fucking Marathon piece of shit? You think I'm going to play this shit game, this fucking shit game in a shit universe with its shit fucking players? Fuck no, I'm not playing that shit. What, you want to give me a decade of that shit? Editors, make sure we don't include that part. You know what I mean? I'm really trying to be unbiased today with the Marathon community. We just go ahead and cut that section off. No, look. Throwing resources at Destiny instead, it seems like there are more options there. You could do some sort of grand Destiny 2 3.0 rework and relaunch, committing to more content and overhauling the things in the new era that players hate. Goodbye, Portal. Or you do the more logical thing. You put Destiny 2 on pause and spend some amount of years making a Destiny 3. But if you did this, then you're printing almost zero live service cash from Bungie for the indefinite future of both Marathon and Destiny 2 are in something resembling maintenance mode. That said, if Sony can give Naughty Dogs 5 to 6 years to make a new single player game, I don't see why they couldn't give Bungie a few years to make a Destiny 3 that would revitalize the franchise and become a probably decent live service after that. This call would indicate more backing for Marathon than Destiny 2, as if you had a plan to invest more and revitalize that game, this probably would have been the time to say it, considering that Bungie was the biggest black spot on the entire quarter. You're simply not going to say anything about the main series, one of the most successful live services ever, and a big part of the reason you paid $3.6 billion for Bungie in the first place. Of course, I do not trust Sony to make good decisions. It is shown repeatedly from paying $3.6 billion in the first place for Bungie to truly believing Concord was a huge new future IP for them, and especially in this live service space, is clearly lost at sea. But in the current state of Bungie and this pair of games, it does not seem like these two can coexist, and that will be doubly true if another round of layoffs are coming, which unfortunately seems inevitable given all this. We'll know more within the month once Bungie finally talks about Destiny again. So, what's going to happen over the next 30 days is Bungie is going to talk about Destiny, probably going to be talking about the next season from Marathon. And I think the big thing for Destiny is they're going to be going over what the cadence of content is going to be, which might just be the equivalent of nothing. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you guys, we might be in a situation where they say, hey, listen, you're going to get Renegades, not Renegades itself, but a Renegades size expansion once a year. And then it's going to be, you know, Guardian games and holiday events that are going to carry for the rest of the year. And then everything else is going to be focused on Marathon. You know. My question to you guys, do you think these games can coexist? And when we say coexist, can they coexist in a way where they can both meaningfully grow? That's really what's being said. Like obviously both these games can exist in how they're existing now, which is essentially in Destiny's case, maintenance mode. I personally don't think they can. Like I don't think they can exist. One is going to have to give. And right now, to me, it seems that Sony wants more investment on the Marathon side than on the Destiny side. By the way, the Marathon community that's really singling out Destiny players as being like, you know, the negative force, the thing that's dragging your game down, brother. Majority of Marathon players were Destiny players. Okay, all the many of the players that I see, even in the Twitch directory, that are playing Marathon right now, are all Destiny players. I'm not saying you need us, but if you want your game to stick around, you fucking need us. And I like my ass licked front to back. We can do it quarterly if you like. You know, make an arrangement of some sort. Marathon community. That'd be a fair enough trade. I'm being gracious today. It is Mother's Day after all. Let Sydney Sweeney play Destiny 2 in Marathon and just pay her for 2 months. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. This ain't American Eagle, brother. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's gonna be pulling anything. Yes, huge. Problem solved. Yo, low key. You're part of the problem. I can tell you this. There's going to come a day, Marathon community, where I won't talk about your game. I'm just going to let it die. I promise you, there will come a day, Marathon community, where I won't talk about your game. All right? Now, here's the thing. I told y'all from the very beginning that if the game is great, I was going to play the shit out of it. But if the game starts to falter, and if the game starts to really fuck with the Destiny side, what did I tell you? Pretty sure there's a clip out there. I was going to farm your shit all the way down. And I am. For as long as it takes. You did play 300 hours? I did. I put a lot of hours in the marathon. And I can tell you, after playing those almost 300 hours, marathon is definitively not better than Destiny. All right. Just this is coming from someone that invested a lot of time into it. On both sides. I played it all the way through. But I'm going to be honest. Destiny 1 is better than Destiny 2 right now. I'm just being straight. I think that in terms of comparing IPs, seriously, I just think Destiny is, I think it's just better. That's all. I think it's just better. You know, I think it's the better investment. But luckily for the marathon community out there, you guys are safe. At least for the next year. You guys are safe. You got at least one more year, I think. Sony is going to continue investing into the marathon community. And who knows what Bungie does, you know, during that time frame. And we'll see what shakes out. Destiny has more potential now. If Marathon was a different genre, it would have potential. Why can't both games be around, though? Because they're around right now. How they doing? How is this like a hard concept to understand? It's not like we don't have data to run off of. They're around each other right fucking now. How's it going? How's it going, everybody? I already told you guys. Don't make me fucking pull this shit up. I will literally make this my wallpaper. I will make this my wallpaper. Destiny 2 and Marathon are both competing here for shit place. I will fucking do it. Man, dude. How the times have changed. I remember one time, Destiny 2 never was off the first page. It was on the first page always. The fact that I even had to click the second page, hurts the soul, man. Sometimes it gets so bad we have to click the third page. Makes me sick. Makes me fucking sick. Marathon's below Destiny? It is. It is. Here's the thing, Marathon community. How can we work with you guys? Because I want to extend the olive branch. How can we, the Destiny community, work with you to secure a better future for the both of us? More collab emblems. Have the community stop complaining. Okay. Great idea. So, things on the marathon side will improve if there was no longer anyone complaining in the Bungie community as a whole, I guess, right? Is that what you're saying? Fix the cheating in both aspects of the game. Yeah, I think that's kind of impossible, but I mean, all right, sure. Let's just positive our way out of this, huh? I love that. I fucking love it. How do we make this better? Just think more positively. Oh, yeah. So good. It's just all in our head, guys. It's all in our fucking head. Cross is just baiting chat right now. No. I'm trying to just have a conversation with you guys. Toxic positivity make me God. By the way, none of this really matters. This conversation we're having really doesn't matter. Sony, they're going to make their own decisions. Check out Path of Exile 2 so you can forget about all this. Is a new season for PoE 2 out now? 10 negative videos a month. We will keep making negatives. I will keep making negative videos until morale improves, damn it. I will fucking do it. I will drop one every day. Oh, May 29th. Look, guys. There was a time, there was a community out there that complained. They said, we didn't like this. We didn't like evolution of combat. RuneScape is not RuneScape anymore. The game is not what I grew up playing. And then suddenly, those forums that were full of people saying these things, that said every update inside of RuneScape was making it worse. The monetization that, of course, ran in tandem with it. Eventually, those posts stopped. And I saw my own clan and multiple other clans of 400 or 500 people diminish. And when I say diminish, it got down to 5, 6 fucking people. Everyone was quitting. What I'm saying here is that, yes, there's a vocal community here between Destiny and Marathon. But there may come a day where no one even talks about either one of these fucking games. And if things keep going the direction that it's going, that day may be here sooner rather than later. There won't be any forum posts. There won't be anyone talking on Twitter or X, whatever, Reddit. And when people bring up Destiny and they bring up Marathon, they'll go, oh yeah, I remember that game. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bungie. And sure, there might be some negative connotations, but it's going to be talked about in that same way. I would say that the once a player dips off, one thing Bungie really got right in their GDC talk was they talked about apathy being the worst thing a player can reach. Once a player dips off into apathy, oh damn, dude, it is almost impossible to pull them the fuck back. Once they have hit that area, that territory, brother, they're gone. Just about every single one of them are fucking gone. Am I there? The only thing that's keeping me pulled into Bungie right now is really you guys and Destiny 1. If I had, I would probably be completely in that territory, in that zone, if it wasn't for starting a new character in Destiny 1. That is, but that only buys you so much time. Like I'm already reaching kind of the end of that. And so once I'm done, probably the next week to 2 weeks of D1. Yeah. And look, for me, I am like a forever like gamer kind of person. So like we may just throw all of our time into Path of Exile. We enjoyed Diablo here recently. You know, I may jump back into Space Marines 2 again. I may jump back into Helldivers again. You know, the good thing is like now, if there was ever a time to quit Destiny, and you know, I know Marathon just came out, but if there was ever Division 2 has also been really good to us. If there was ever a time to quit, fucking now is kind of a good time. I mean, to be honest with you guys, we got some banging games, dude. We got some really, really good games. And we have more good games coming out this year. Oh my God, Mountain Blade is up to 31,000. This is a fun game, by the way. It's up to 31,000. The hell's going on over there? And we do need to finish Zeros, yeah. Yeah, other single player games and whatnot. and then GTA 6 at the end of the year. So, but man, I mean, I would love nothing more than for Destiny to make a comeback, for Marathon to do well on its own. You know what I mean? Like when I say do well on its own, I want Marathon to do well without cannibalizing the Destiny community. And let me just be real with you guys. Marathon community, for whatever reason, you refuse to accept this fact. A huge reason why your numbers even showed any level of positivity is because of the Destiny community. Okay. So yeah, do you get some jaded Destiny people in there? Sure. But a lot of Destiny players picked up Marathon. And the problem I see with this is that it unfortunately is cannibalizing Destiny. Marathon community is cannibalizing Destiny, brother the cope. Well, in the real world, you would want both the communities to coexist in a way that's positive. You know, look no further than what Digital Extremes has cultivated between Warframe and Soulframe. Look at what GGG has done with PoE 1 and PoE 2. And so, unfortunately, that is just not taking place with Bungie between Destiny and Marathon. You know where I'm coming from? And really, it started the very first time Bungie showcased Marathon. The very first time they showed it off. What did they talk about? They talked about dedicated servers. What was one of the things that Destiny community has been asking for years? For dedicated servers. They talked about high tick rates. They emphasized how important anti-cheat was. Now, reality is it's pretty shitty in both games. Or maybe the cheat makers is just really, really fucking good. I don't know. But, you know, Marathon guys, y'all kind of go through the same thing we went through on the Destiny side and continue to go through on the Destiny side when it comes against cheaters. But the first time the Destiny community saw Marathon, they were met with these things the things they had been asking Bungie for years. And so the perception was Bungie was giving the Destiny community two fucking fingers. You see where I'm coming from? That was the perception. It's like, oh, fuck us then. You see what I mean? Did we still play Marathon? Yes, but it was off on, you know, it was on the wrong footing there, kind of right out the gate. I really love what D has done with Soulframe and Warframe. I admire their ability to make their entire community feel like they're along for the ride, and that you know, and that there is a lot of cross pollination, but many of the changes and updates, especially like structural updates that they mention inside of Soulframe, they'll also mention how that same thing is playing a role in a current or future update happening in Warframe. And so it's really nice to see that, you know, and you're like, okay, Soulframe is getting these updates, but Warframe is improving too because they run off the same engine. You don't really see that type of dialogue between Marathon and Destiny because within the studio itself, it seems like there's a very hard divide between both of those. You know? Yeah, I'll be at 10 o'clock. Do you think we would be here if they didn't delay the March updates? Are you saying would we be playing Marathon if we had gotten March content? I don't know. Probably not. Or at least probably not to the extent that we played it. But I also think that the March update was probably going to be shit. If it was going to be Ash and Iron 2.0, that's terrible. Jazzy, yeah, it'll be my first one, man. It'll be my first one. Light No Fire is doing the same thing with No Man's Sky. As they make new stuff for Light No Fire, they try it out in No Man's Sky. Yes. Look, man, the guys, it's just, you cannot sit there and tell me that the way things have been facilitated between Destiny and Marathon has felt like it's one big Bungie family. It fucking hasn't. You know what I'm saying? Only the Bungie community thinks purging each other is how we get Bungie to make a Destiny 3. Limitless, you've been talking on and on about how much you love Marathon. Just, you got at least 1 year. Okay. But let me just be clear. If there was even just a 10% chance of a D3, from crucifying Marathon, I'd do it. I'd fucking do it. Sounds good enough for me. Yep. Sure. But again, we have really no control over that. That's a Sony / Bungie conversation, and I just don't think much is happening on the Destiny side. D3 confirmed Division 3. Yeah, the good thing is we do have another D3 coming out. That will be the Division 3. That is true. Bungie selling its independence to Sony is what I think we're all upset about. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, look, I'm not against any, like, I'm not against, like, I guess here's the thing. Would we have rather Bungie try to commit to being, self-published and going down that path? We did try that, and we gave them a lot of grace with Shadowkeep and whatnot, but they the ones that they did this deal. You know what I mean? Bungie did this deal. They're the ones that expanded and tried to make all these incubation projects, purposely doing so, because obviously it made them look a lot more appealing for an acquisition. So, yeah, man, like I think there was, there was a gamble, and obviously it worked out for certain individuals. I put it like that. It definitely worked out for certain individuals. And I guess you say to the Destiny community, maybe because the question is would we have gotten Witch Queen, Lightfall, Final Shape from Bungie just Bungie themselves. I don't know, maybe. You know where I'm coming from? Not with all their incubation projects they had going on. But boy, what I would give to just look through Bungie's financials and just figure out where the fuck all this money is going. Because at one time, what was this? What did I read the other day? At one time, Bungie was making reoccurring year over year. Was it $300 to $400 million? So now, granted, that was like during its peak years, but it's still a lot of fucking money. Management bloat for sure. How is this Sony's fault? Bungie's the one who made the wrong decisions from using a ton of that Sony money to buy back stock. They have a ton of incubation projects. Oh, look, obviously the fault lies with Bungie. I don't think, you know where I'm coming from? I think when people look at this now, I think people are just upset that we're now in the alternate timeline that we are in now, where Bungie themselves have kind of like burnt their trust with Sony on this. And so, and right now Sony just looks at Marathon, as the more favorable, or maybe it's just considered the riskier IP. Destiny 2 probably just doesn't look as risky because they're like, it's already told its story. It's already went through the Line of Darkness saga. It's in maintenance mode. Less risky. Marathon is probably deemed way riskier. And right now, especially following things like the Concord flop, having another dead game for them, it's probably the thing they're most scared about. Yeah, Destiny's the least risky of the two. They probably want Marathon to get to a maintenance mode by itself. And I just don't know if Marathon is going to be able to establish its own community without pulling from Destiny's. What would be better to do, a D3 or D1 remaster? A D3 for sure. What would be cheaper? Obviously a D1, like a D1 classic for sure would be cheaper. Just from a creative standpoint, you don't have to bring in an entirely new narrative team. You know what I'm coming from? You don't have to rethink the wheel. You literally already have the path and roadmap laid out in front of you. You just move up timelines. So it would be the cheaper option, but D3 would be the better option. No, guys, I was legitimately on family vacation this past week. Yeah. Some of you are like thinking I was at Bungie. I was not. I got nothing to offer here other than what you guys have been seeing in the news and the earnings call. So I don't know if Bungie's doing any type of summits or if they're doing any type of capture events. I have not been called for it. So there might be people in the community that have gone up to Bungie here recently, but I was legitimately on a family vacation. For once, I believe this man. Thank you. Did you see anybody else gone this week? Exactly. Oh, yeah. Wasn't there something that came out about the aliens? Man, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to believe anymore. You know what I'm saying? This whole, every time I see like UFO and alien shit being put out, I'm just like, all right, What are we trying to hide right now, huh? It just always conveniently drops. Too convenient. What are we trying to fucking hide right now? We're in the Matrix. Yeah, again, I can't trust any of the footage online that I see too, because everyone's putting up like their AI videos. I'm like, I saw some of them. I was like, this looks fake as fuck. Looks fake as shit, dude. I can't, but you know what I mean? We've reached a point where you can't trust anything on the internet. All right. Was there anything else we needed to cover? Anything at all, guys, before we move on from this? It doesn't help marathon numbers when people are getting their compiler runs ruined by exploits. Oh, Path of Exile update. Yeah. Is it looking good? One thing that could save Destiny 2 is bringing back all the story missions and make them replayable. D1 plus D1 to PC. Let us see what made us legendary to begin with. Yeah. Look, man. That right there would help with goodwill for sure. You know. My only thing with that is like Bungie couldn't even make the Red War campaign playable to win a lawsuit. I mean, like back up against the wall. I don't know how much the settlement payout was, but back up against the wall, you would think you could fucking make it somewhat playable. You know what I mean? Like, what in the world, dude? D1 to PC would buy them enough time, honestly. Yeah, look, guys. I just don't know, dude. I just don't know. There's so many ways we can go with this, but if it was just Bungie working independently, I feel like I could probably like gauge kind of the direction on things. But Sony's the one that's making all the decisions, especially now. Don't kid yourself. Sony's making all the decisions now. I hope that's very apparent, by the way. Like after you've seen not one, but two impairments, Sony is making all of the decisions now. I can't really predict what Sony's what they want, what the risk tolerance is, what they want to do. They work also on like different timelines and stuff. Sony is going to open Destiny Studios in Bellevue, and then they're going to leave Marathon with Bungie. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Zelda, please, as a mod here, you need to be one with the clergy / cloth. I need you to be unbiased, unwavering. I can't have you coming in here threatening people that you will ban them, okay? You must be incredibly unbiased. Damn, hold on. I gotta read some of these comments. Hold on. This is under Paul Tassie's tweet. You're a monster. Hold on, hold on. You keep repeating the same song. If Sony can give Naughty Dog 5 years to make a game, why not Bungie? The answer is Naughty Dog probably will come with a huge success title. Giving Bungie 5 years of resources for D3, a live service game. What if D3 in 5 years is not relevant? It's hard to get the exact figures, but Naughty Dog has 37 million copies sold of The Last of Us across 2 games and the loads of remasters. Uncharted is 44 million copies across all of its game and remasters. Destiny may be less than that, 50 million accounts played, but that's across just 2 games, and unlike those games, also earn money as a live service for 10 years. I mean, yeah, there's risk to either one, I guess. I mean, but you could say the same risk also applies to Naughty Dog in some cases. Girl, let that man go. Destiny Bungie's flagship game was not mentioned once in either Sony's earnings presentation or call. Fuck does that mean? Paul Tassi's just the Aztecross of gaming news. If you know, you know. No, Oscar, I don't fucking know. What the fuck does that mean? Fuck's that mean? Paul, I wouldn't take that shit. Love your reporting, Paul. I just hope people see that Marathon is a lost cause. Not because of how it is, but because it's a game not unique enough. Tarkov is the premier extraction shooter. It is everything you want, and it has PvE. It's like The Division. It has some meat on the bones, not just one game mode turned genre. Damn. He even retweeted himself. A lot of people say Marathon is good, but I think it's utter and complete ass. I don't care what anyone thinks. Marathon should have gotten the Doom treatment. And man, a story mode from Bungie would have been peak. Oh, that actually, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, to go in tandem with the multiplayer. It's like that's how things used to be. Do you remember? I mean, what the fuck happened? It's like that's how it used to be. They haven't made a campaign for 20 years. They don't know anymore. What are you talking about? Bungie makes campaigns all the time in Destiny. They know how to make a good campaign. Sure, some are definitely a miss, like Lightfall, but they know how to make campaigns. Yeah, you do know that Destiny expansions are primarily driven by campaigns. That pushes the narrative and lore. And it happens every year. Used to happen every season. Shitty campaigns mostly. Well, Marathon community, at least we got a campaign. Your stuff is so shit, Bungie didn't even make one. That's the only way I can interpret that. Damn, this lore is so ass. I didn't even want to make a story for it. I gave up Destiny because I felt it was incredibly unfair that to reach levels to do top tier content, you had to play 50 hours a week. I didn't. Wait, what? No, you don't. You don't have to play that goddamn much. I didn't mind the quest to get weapons like Ace of Spades and Thorn and Outbreak Perfection, etc. But when it became just multiple hours to be able to do a raid with your friends, I gave up. I won't buy Marathon for the same reasons. It does feel unfair that to play a game, you have to play hours and hours every week. I have a job. I need to exercise. I have a social life I enjoy. Destiny wanted me to give all of that up, which is stupid. Marcus, tell him, man. Not the fucking bro splits. No. Look. I will say, the generation that plays primarily Destiny It's really like it's that millennial generation, you know, maybe a little bit older too. And especially the millennials, you guys are getting strapped, man. I mean, think about it. You got work. You got fucking now you got work. You got AI. You know what I'm coming from? Every time you turn around, you got a boss that's in there. It's like, I'm going to replace you. Don't even think about asking for a raise because I'm looking to replace you the moment I get an opportunity. And so you got that shit happening. So there's constantly fear in the work environment. You know what I'm coming from? Then you got kids, and those shits are demanding. And then you love them. Of course you love them, but they're demanding. And then on top of that, you know what I mean? You're like, damn, I'm getting older. I'm starting to pack on some weight here and there. And you're like, I got to get to the gym, man. You know where I'm coming from? And then, oh my God. And then if you want to actually socialize, I don't know. I'd probably give that part up. But everything else, you probably got to do. You know what I'm saying? What is the social life? You socialize in games. You know what I mean? Cross just described me. Brother, look, that's why I think there's been a decline in games like Destiny, which has had an older player base. Or older. We're not old yet. We're, you know. Anyways, the problem is that we're getting life. Life is happening. You know? I have a career now. Yeah, man. God, dude. At one time, you were probably just a college kid. You were like, yeah, I'm going to skip that class today. Fuck yeah. I'm going to jump into King's Fall. Fuck yeah. What a time, brother. What a time, huh? Sigh. I was in high school during D1. You seem to have massive Destiny withdrawal syndrome. We know that marathon is not for you. It's too hard. God, that's what every marathon player does. You know what I mean? They always fucking throw the skill issue in there. They're like, it must be a skill issue. Bungie's inability to handle two IPs at once became clear before Marathon was even officially announced, which is a shame because Destiny 2 is a money printing machine. All they have to do is care about it, and they never have. Hot take. Bring back Luke Smith. God, dog, these are words I never thought we would ever hear. What do you think Luke's doing right now? Chat, what do we think Luke is doing? What's that man up to? I will say it was very interesting. On my last day at Bungie, the last time I was there, this would have been last year. As I was walking out, lo and behold, we happened to run into Mark Noseworthy. I thought it was interesting. We didn't press. I didn't press. Said he was there to see a friend. But part of me wanted to hope. Part of me wanted to hope. So now you're against Marathon? Pan, let me say this. I was never for Marathon, but I gave it a fair shake, and I was going to give Marathon a little bit of love if it meant we on the Destiny side would get the return. And it doesn't appear that's happening. Why? Because you fuckers can't support yourself. That's why. You're fucking coming over here taking our shit, pulling developers over to your game because you can't support your own shit. Now I gotta fucking put up with this shit for the next year until Bungie finally gets it. Till fucking Sony looked at it and they go, damn, I guess we gotta make a D3 now. One question I've been asking myself is, and I hope it doesn't come off completely stupid, isn't this correction in market value completely logical, even besides the performance of both games? After all, they parted ways with hundreds of deaths. Surely the loss in workforce alone. You could say that they parted ways with the hundreds of devs in advance because internally at Bungie, they themselves saw the projections. You see what I'm saying? So, yes, I mean, you obviously it's like, but again, like the point I was bringing back earlier, I promise you, Sony would rather the investment be doing well. Multiple live service games would be out. I mean, every fucking company out there wishes they snagged Mojang. You know what I mean? Man, some people just going for blood right now. Look at this. People just going after Paul, grown-ass man begging Bungie to abandon Marathon in favor of his favorite toy. Also, grown-ass man calls Sony CEO a liar. Only the brightest minds out here today, folks. I don't think he said that the Sony CEO is a liar. I try to put a lot of thought into this. Does not belong in the same tweet as a Paul Tassi article. My God, man. My God. My God. Cross Twitter is not a good measure. I know, but I can't keep reading it. I mean, I can't stop reading it. I get the sense it was Marathon, not Destiny. That was the primary selling point for Sony. They have seen Destiny 2 as an aging, depreciating revenue, but been sold on the potential of Marathon. I see Sony pulling the Destiny IP and giving it to one or two other studios to work on, shifting many of the devs that way, and then leaving a smaller Bungie to continue with Marathon. But on the other hand, that would also depreciate Bungie's paper value greatly, so maybe that wouldn't be desirable for them. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about any of that. You should read the Reddit article on PC gaming. I don't understand what you're saying. Is it an article on Reddit from PC gaming? GGG CEO says it's better. Companies need to know when to let live service games die. Yes. Yeah. All right. No, I actually... The fuck is this image of me? I don't think this was a bad title. It seems Destiny 2 and Marathon cannot properly coexist at Bungie. Yeah, I mean, I think it's... And I think what Paul's really trying to say is, can these two games coexist in a way where both can find meaningful growth? And I got to agree. I don't think we can. I don't think we can. We'll see. See what shakes out over the next year. We'll see, man. Asking people to not knee jerk on Twitter, lost cause. Yeah, it is. It is. All right. I think we have talked on it enough. Before we conclude our conversation here about Bungie, was there any good news? Was there anything that came out of this that made you say, "Oh, all right. Well, there's something there"? No. There's an Iron Banner shader. Oh my God. Destiny community, y'all cannot fucking keep living like this. No, no, no. I love you guys. Y'all cannot fucking keep. Stop. You fucking, if for the next year, if you guys are literally sitting around waiting for damn new shaders and shit, just let go. Let go, damn it. We get emblems too. Luke, was there anything on Paul's videos that brought any more information, or is this pretty much it? Just want to make sure. If we needed to take a look at one of Paul's videos, let me know. I know you said you watched them. Red subclass is coming. The video is good. No, not really, Luke. Not really. Luke, send me the video on Discord right now, the one you think I should watch. Oh, all right. Before we move on to Paul's video, what can Destiny 2 do right now? If something could really just be done going into this next year. I think they got a pretty good idea as far as like Pantheon 2.0. I think that's pretty cool. I think them refreshing the loot for all the raids and dungeons, even though I may not be going out of my way to farm all of them, I think it's pretty good. Dude, man, dude, if this is it. Like, hold on, think about this. This could be the last Destiny 2 expansion. I know I'm coming off dramatic right now, but for real, guys, this could be fucking it. Do the red subclass. Fuck it. I don't care what it does. I don't care if it's shit. Just do it. Do it. Fucking throw that shit in there. I mean, you might as well. If this shit's really dying, fucking throw that shit out there. Do you think, hold on. For real, guys. You want the last hurrah inside of Destiny to be like, we're buffing scout rifles 0.32%. That's what you want? That's the last thing you want to happen in a Destiny? Get the fuck out of here. Like, fucking, at least make it something impactful. I don't give a shit about that. Throw the red subclass. And then we end on a high note. Or a better note. It's something. At least it's something. We'll make it 0.4% buff to scout rifles then. Jesus. Remove special ammo again. Fuck it. All right, let's see. Yeah, we watched that one. Or not, we didn't watch it. Let's see. Hold on.
To be honest, I stopped giving two fucks about a month ago. Bungie has burned the bridge,
all right,
drained
I'm here
the
with
water,
an emergency
and filled the canal. Fuck and burn in hell.
Jesus, Biggie, will you calm down? All right. Thank you for the 2,000 bits.
Marathon / Bungie video. I got to cancel this week at Tassie because of this. Very big news coming out of Sony's earnings call, which was positive mostly in a lot of divisions, but the biggest red mark pretty much is this announcement that Sony is doing another $565 million in impairment losses against Bungie. This joins the 200 million it already did, so we are now up to $765 million in impairment losses for Bungie. What this means is not that Bungie Games just lost that much money into quarters. They've certainly lost money, but what an impairment loss is the idea that when Bungie was originally sold to Sony for $3.6 billion, they are now depreciating that as an asset, saying it is not worth as much as they thought it was. So they are continually knocking that down, and obviously by a significant margin. This would not be happening if everything was going great and Destiny was cranking out big expansions and keeping its player count, and Marathon launch was a big hit. And none of those things are happening. So this is really big. And we could talk about what it bodes for the future of Bungie, but there is one thing in here that at least confirmed that there is not some sort of imminent axe going to Marathon or Bungie itself. Sony did go out of its way to say that it is continuing to back Marathon. I mean, they're saying this publicly. We can see the reality.
My only question on that, and although I completely, I'll trust you, Sony. What did they say about Concord back in the day? I know what obviously I know what happened at Concord, but was there ever did Sony ever publicly say, "Hey, we're backing Concord for the long haul," or was it always like a lost cause? Because shit might have been so bad, I don't even know if Sony I don't even know if they even said anything like that. It only lasted 2 weeks, so I don't know. That is true. That is true. I think Hygor was the one that hurt the most because they were the ones that had this year-long roadmap, and they were like, we've got all this content that we're gonna roll out over the year, multiple drops, and then yeah, y'all know what happened there.
Reality of what happens as plans can change. I'll just read what they said here. This is in the earnings call. Player reception to Marathon is strong, receiving a Metacritic score of 82, and more than 90% of the player reviews on Steam being positive. That is true. Engagement metrics such as retention also remain at a high level. I mean, that's just not true. Like, we can see that it's not true. I can report internally that it's not true. The only thing I can think of is the early stats where the people that were like really engaged with the game and really
okay. Marathon community. Now I know why y'all be giving Paul shit right now.
liking it were playing like a shit ton of hours. Like, maybe that's what they mean, but reading that on its face is like actively misleading. Going forward, we aim to improve the performance of the game by working to retain highly engaged core users through the introduction of additional content, further improvements in the gameplay experience, and expansion of the user base. So in other words, they're not going to neglect or abandon the highly engaged core users, but they are also trying to expand the user base, something that has not happened at all. I'm certainly, it's certainly good that Sony is saying this and they're continuing to invest in Marathon to some degree. It's not like they're saying they're flooding it with cash or anything, but they're working on adding more players, adding more content. And I've always said that I think Marathon will get at least a year to plug away and see if they can make changes to attract new players. That said, I have seen absolutely nothing to indicate that that's the case. We have not stopped seeing drops since it launched. It did not launch with enough players in the first place. They have made moves to appeal more to casual players, including the sponsored playlists, which is pretty much a permanent mode in the game now. and does not require you to have some sort of wide gear gap with existing players. Everyone's on the same level, which sort of is contrary to the entire concept of an extraction shooter because you're trying to go in with the loot you looted. And then they just did at least a temporary thing where free kits are now have green stuff and blue stuff, so that raises the floor to be more on par with higher tier players. That said, like, even the introduction of the original sponsored mode, like, didn't increase players. I mean,
I don't think anything Bungie has done on the marathon side, guys, has shown meaningful bumps in players. You know, it's been a steady decline really since the very beginning, but especially since Cryo.
maybe for like a second, but it didn't do anything. And I've not heard anything about enormous Season 2 changes coming. We know there's a new hero. We know there's a night version of a map. But I said on Twitter, like, I don't really know what you do to just try and get some mass influx of players. I don't think a PvE mode within the construct of this, you know, an extraction shooter is going to really move the needle. I don't think going free to play does anything good, even though that's like kind of a default answer you turn to. I've talked about that before. Some people are suggesting that they make a campaign. Let me tell you, you can't just go out and make a campaign. It's quite a bit more complicated than that. That would be a lot of work, a lot of resources, and that would obviously take away from everything, including Marathon, including Destiny. Destiny is not mentioned at all. Not in the earnings report, not in the transcript of the call, despite the fact that this impairment loss is one of the biggest stories of this entire earnings call. They did not mention what is, or at least was, Bungie's flagship game. That's not good. You know, with no information, I guess you can either imply it's business as usual and they didn't bother to mention it, or not good things are coming. We don't really know, but it is certainly notable that Destiny is not mentioned at all, especially like Marathon. All indications is that it has fewer players than Destiny 2 already. You would think as a newly launched game, with Destiny being 11 years in and currently in the longest content drought with the worst player sentiment we've ever seen, should not be probably getting more players than Marathon, but that is what's happening. And to not address that at all as part of, you know, what's going on with Bungie currently is...
My only thing is maybe there is a little bit of a positive note on that one. You know, maybe this is Sony trying to reassure, because I'm sure the biggest thing is, hey, you just had Marathon launch. It's doing shit. And it's now falling below Destiny 2.
Cross, didn't you sit in a meeting with Luke Smith and convince him we didn't need Destiny 3,
oh my God,
the Content Vault, and the slow death of this game? You burned the house down, and now you're giving us a tour of the ashes. I was wrong, you aren't Destiny Jesus. You are the true Anticross.
Burning Vikings with the 2,000 bits. Yeah, that's exactly right. Everything that has happened inside of Destiny is definitely my fault. That's it. I definitely had that sway over Luke Smith. Base TTS, y'all don't fucking encourage this shit.
Very strange, and you know, all we have is this note about
what the fuck was what was I just talking about a second ago? Oh. Maybe the positive note was, in Sony's eyes, they're like, no, you ever like no news is good news, right? It doesn't necessarily mean good news in terms of like the amount of content we're going to get, but like no news is kind of good news. And Marathon is in fact the risky, or the one at greater risk of survival. Like if I had to just look at the two, Destiny 2 has created, even in this drought that we are in, absolutely nothing happening in the game, Destiny 2 has a floor. It has a floor. It has a base community that is still playing it somehow. Marathon, though, keeps going lower. You guys, y'all, it is just, y'all are making lower lows. I wonder how low you can go. What's that Ludus song? How low can you go? I don't know. What do we do? We get down the last 5,000? You know what I mean? I don't know. We're going to watch BOE stuff.
Strange. And, all we have is this note about June talking about the update and the future of Destiny and all of this stuff. And we just, there's all this like, well, maybe they're going to make Destiny 3. We have no information about that for sure. And we just don't know. But I do think it is notable that Destiny is not.
I'm going to say this right now. If there's a Bungie dev that wants to go rogue, we will find a way to protect you. All right? I don't know how, but we will find a way. If you want to go rogue, everybody just hit the podium, grab the mic, and just start yelling everything. Do it.
In here at all. And all of this is like, even if Sony is saying like, we're going to keep working on Marathon, blah, blah, blah. Who knows what's going on with Destiny? If that's like a positive thing, none of this is some sort of like, stonewall securing that Bungie is going to be perfectly fine going forward. This certainly, I would not say, protects Bungie from layoffs. Like, they've had layoffs in much better situations than this.
Yeah.
There was that whole thing about how the Final Shape was like do or die for, Bungie and Destiny and stuff. Final Shape came out. It was great. It had a ton of players. There were still layoffs. So what's going to happen if we are in the current state we're in? I mean, obviously none of that was announced, but then you get the spiral of less people, less investment in content, less content to play, less players. We've already seen that in Destiny. They do not remotely have the team size that they need to keep making substantive content for Destiny. They tried to do 1 year of a new model, and they can't even do that. So, and I can, I reported earlier that they've shifted developers to Marathon to the point where Marathon is at least, has a little bit more than Destiny does, when previously I think it was more like 70-30 or 60-40 or something like that. Not.
Do you think anybody at Bungie has typed into Claude, how do you fix the Tiger engine? Claude Code, can you make Destiny 3? Look, man, at this point, I don't give a shit, dude. Fucking do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just do it. If Claude Code can somehow fix the Tiger engine and, I don't know, maybe create some frameworks for a D3, all right. What if it replied, not possible? Okay. What if Claude replied, go to Unreal? Cross ask right now. Well,
not great. And there's no spinning this. I mean, if you're taking away the good news here is that Marathon and Bungie are not being, taken offline / closed. That's not the best news to take away from something. And it's hard to spin this. I'm always accused of being negative and trying to kill the game and trying to kill Bungie. It's a $765 million impairment loss, implying the value of Bungie has just dramatically fallen.
I gotta agree with Paul on this, dude. There were so many people, at least on Twitter, that were like, I hate how negative journalists are being about the headlines here, about this impairment. And it's like literally the titles would be $765 million impairment loss. How? It's just literally just saying exactly what was said. Got us with the 25 months. Thank you so much.
I guess another potential point of good news is that even with that, Sony, at least currently, still thinks it's worth a couple $1 billion, and they may have other plans for Bungie, and closing Bungie as a studio is something that is sort of untenable to them. It would represent one of their biggest failures ever to take what was Microsoft's flagship developer, and then a game or a studio that had great success with Destiny for a decade, and then Sony acquires it, and a couple years later they dissolve it. Like, boy, that would be shitty. That said, they can't just have their games underperform forever, and they need to come up with some sort of coherent plan. And right now, if all we're hearing is we're going to get more marathon players, I don't think that is especially realistic, at least not in the sense of this game moving up to the level of performance it needs to. We've been talking about Destiny for a long time, but like, what is something that can dramatically turn Destiny's fortunes around now? So many people have left, and you would have to have like Forsaken squared, I think, to get anything close to, repairing the relationship with the player base.
I don't even know if like one single expansion could do it. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to go in there and axe the portal. You would have to find a way to get back old content into the game. That being like old campaign content. You would have to fix the onboarding experience. Which obviously goes hand in hand with Red War, Forsaken, all those different campaigns. I mean, the ideal world would be a new player picks up Destiny and they go through the entire step-by-step process of each of the campaigns with loot that builds upon itself. And they have like that, cohesive narrative to follow all the way through. And it's a great experience. Exactly what you kind of experience inside of like a Warframe or something, The problem is when it comes to things like the Red War campaign, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, wasn't a big process of the Red War campaign unlocking our old subclasses? Those things don't exist. You see some of the issues here? There are parts of the campaign that involved unlocking certain aspects of your player's kit that don't even exist in the game in that way anymore because we have evolved to the aspects and fragment system and whatnot. You see where I'm coming from? And so you can't make players... I mean, I guess you could. You could be like, fuck you, new player. You are going to play with the old subclass system. Welcome to static subclasses, bitch. You see where I'm coming from? You could do that, but that doesn't help them in the long run. You would rather have a means of accessing the aspect and fragment system. And you found it randomly. Campaign could be just instance. You just have your skills for those missions. You could. It's just, how do you get the player to organically find that? It's just some of the issues with adding those things. But okay, finding a way to get rid of the portal. Some of you are still hopeful about the portal. Maybe there is a way to refine the portal. I don't know. I don't really know. Even all the videos I've seen, it's like how to make the portal sexy. It's just what it does. It just kind of ruins the immersion of Destiny, and then bringing back the old content on top of getting people excited about the new content. But I think just we're at a point inside of Destiny where the only new content people care about at this point that's attached to the name Destiny is probably a Destiny 3. And like the mass majority of players are only going to care about a Destiny 3. For them to come back for it.
Getting people back. as ever, all anyone says is the thing to get them back would be Destiny 3. But A, we have no indication that's happening. B, if it was happening, that would be something that would have to halt the all development on Destiny 2 and be years away, like probably 4 or 5 years away at least, and require hundreds of millions of dollars of investment with Sony. I still think they should do it. I think Sony lets studios take 4 to 5 years and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on their single player games. So maybe you should let Bungie do that for a new sequel to a mega popular game. Just spitballing here. But again, we have no indications that that's happening, or that it's not happening, I suppose, but nothing was mentioned here. So this is very bad. Marathon is alive. Destiny is, I guess, completely ignored by Sony at its present moment. We will not find out anything specific until, I guess, the very end of this month. We're somewhat approaching June. And then Marathon is obviously going to start previewing Season 2. I expect they will still be doing more and more things to try and reach out to casual players. But again, I have not seen anything work so far. As ever, I don't want any bad things to happen. I want Marathon to survive. I want Destiny to survive. I want Bungie to survive. But things are bad. And, they were bad before this, but these actual numbers coming out of Sony are, it's just hard facts that Bungie is in a very bad place. And obviously, I think Bungie's in the worst place it's ever been, pretty much. And we don't know what the future holds from here. So there will be more to talk about with this. But for now, that's what we got. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the video. Yeah, this is a dire situation for Bungie. Like, more people talk about the Curse of Osiris era. We're way past that. I hope everybody understands. Like, we're way past that. Not just from like a player, or not just from like a back in that time frame, there was still so much to still tell and explore in the Destiny universe. You just had to get certain elements right. Big part of that was just getting the sandbox right. And so that was really just the uphill battle. Now, Destiny is really facing all of these other problems outside of just even its own sandbox issues, which requires its own team. But then you have the issue of like Marathon being the riskier asset at this moment. And that's why Bungie... See, everyone took the earnings call as like, oh, Marathon is a success. That's why Sony was talking about it. And therefore, they're going to continue investing into Marathon. What I took from it is Marathon is the riskier asset, or the riskier IP right now. And so Sony has to do everything they can to make sure this game don't fucking die. That's what I got out of that. Don't tell me differently. Hear me out. They're sabotaging their own game just to turn it around and have everyone say, we're so back. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah. That's kind of elaborate. Bro, how long are we going to stare at this man's face? We will keep looking at Paul's face every day until morale improves. Matter of fact, I'm about to go take a shit. You will continue looking at Paul's face while you hear me grunt in the background. Oh, yeah. Everyone look upon it. Gaze into his eyes. No! Look! Luke? Hello, Luke? Hello, Luke?
Father Cross?
Brother Luke, can you share the good word alongside Paul here about who blesses us daily?
Well, chat, as you know, it's Mother's Day. And I think when we think about our moms, we think about a lot of things. We think about loving caregivers. We think of someone who's raised us up well. And we also think of good food. And here's the thing. Today's sponsor, Factor, also provides us with amazing food each and every day. And right now, you can try out Factor yourself. Using !Factor in the chat. We've got a panel down below. If you're looking for fresh, ready-made meals that show up right at your doorstep, that just take 2 minutes in the microwave to make, and are good to go. No cleanup, no mess, no stress. Then go ahead and try out Factor. Use code Aztecross, and you can get free breakfasts included for 1 year, which is pretty awesome. Like we're talking like a full year. Thank you, Zelda. Appreciate you. Also, I should mention, chat, if you have not wished your mom a happy Mother's Day, please do that. Like, trying out Factor is high up on the priority list, but today, wishing the mom happy Mother's Day is even more important. And heck, maybe you can get some Factor for your mom. I'm sure she would appreciate that. They've got all types of options, whether you're looking for protein, keto, like fits all lifestyles, vegetarian, GLP-1 support, like any lifestyle you got, the amount of meals you need per week, it's all right there. All pre-made and ready to go. Yes, custom. So the menu, it refresh. They've got over 100 options. 100 options on a. They've got a rotating weekly menu you can choose from. And I've tried it, guys. It's pretty nice. I was kind of shocked with how good those Factor meals are. To answer your question, Bad TTB Tiger, why it's better than HelloFresh or others, it's actually a different product than HelloFresh. So HelloFresh that's for if you'd like to make the food yourself. Factor is if you just want to have it ready to go. It's already pre-made. So that's the benefit for sure. Shush, I'm trying to gaze at Paul and you're making me hungry. I was gazing at Paul and I was hungry. Sorry. I'm sorry, Paul. You do have that water bottle in the background, though. He does have Grogu sitting in the corner. He's just chilling there. They got that movie coming out soon. What do you... Are there noises coming from my mic, guys? I might not have my gain turned up. This chair is like really... It's a little squeaky. I need to get a better one.
Look, man. Chat, I don't know what you eat on a daily basis. But if I didn't have Factor, I would probably have starved. Luke, what about you? Would you have made it?
Oh, through the cold winter? No.
I know.
By no means.
I don't think I feel like around here, sometimes Rika and I, we just like play chicken. We're like, all right, which one of us is going to capitulate and cook? And I'm going to be honest, she wins many times. Because eventually I'm just like, I can't hold out anymore.
I'll say without Factor, I find myself just caving and grabbing takeout more super often. So it's definitely helpful for those days where it's already just super busy.
Cross, what do you cook? A lot of different Factor meals is what I make, guys. They're keto friendly, high protein, low carb, just the way I like it. The only thing I wish Factor could sell would probably be sardines. They have like a sardine, like a sardine kit of some sort, like a sardine cracker kit. You know what I mean? God, that would be fire, man. That would be fire. Luke, let our Factor rep know. I think that's the next direction they should go.
Yeah. I'll message him right now.
He never eats them. We got to chat. I eat Factor every day. Look, some of you right now, it's Sunday. Maybe you're meal prepping. You're like, I do this every week. I meal prep. This is what I do. Good for you. You probably have Tupperware that, comes together and, they mate. But, for the rest of us, we don't have those luxuries. All right? My shit never fits. And so if I even wanted to meal prep, I couldn't. That's why Factor's so amazing.
Talking about meal prepping right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What am I eating right now? Ground beef from Factor. This is probably one of my favorite meals from them. Tastes really good. It is not spicy, but it's got a little bit of a kick to it, and high protein. It's good. Got cheese in it. Got some chopped onion. Got some little red peppers. It's tasty. Man, what are y'all talking about, dude? No. Have y'all never actually looked at Factor stuff? Hold on, we're outside of our ad shout out here, but for real.
Yeah.
They've got really good meals. Hold on. I don't remember names of things. I eat this one a lot. I eat this one occasionally. Let's see, full menu. I go to the keto ones. Hold on. Let me actually before I dox myself. It's not that I don't trust you guys. I just don't trust you guys. I got kids now, so I gotta be somewhat wary, I'll give you Luke's address though.
95827.
There you go. Y'all go hang out with Luke all y'all want. Hold on. Hell yeah. Luke, what are you looking to do, my man? You're looking. Are you looking
for food?
improve your health, eat more protein? Let's say eat more protein.
Yeah, I'm a protein workout gym.
Yeah,
Got to
yeah.
get that protein in.
Oh Lord, what is this? What is GLP-1 support? What is that?
So the GLP-1 support is it's specifically, I think it's like has to do with your fiber intake. So it's specifically about like helping with like weight loss and stuff. Let me pull it up.
What was your zip again?
95827. That's not my actual zip. That's another zip code, but I can give you my real.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That works. All right. GLP-1 journey. Okay. I just want to eat more protein. That's fine. High protein, keto, low carb. Who needs fiber? Nobody needs that stuff. It's not even real. No pork. I like pork. No fish. No, that's good. Shellfish is fine too. Yeah. No spicy food. No. I like mushrooms too. Two of us. Not just me. Just me. Both lunch and dinner, just one meal. We'll do the one meal. Every day of the week, yes. Okay. Oh my God, it wants me. Luke, give me an email. An email.
Do you want me to just DM it to you?
Damn, I just wanted to get to the menu. Hold on. Why is this thing? Okay, hold on. Log in without a password. Oh no, it's making me do this. Hold on. Factor menu. Here we go, chat. All right, look, everybody here thinks they're a great chef. Can you make roasted garlic chicken? Huh? With mash and green beans and gravy? Are you just able to just throw together butternut squash macaroni? No, you can't. Bullshit. How about this southern chicken? How about this balsamic onion portobello burger? That looks damn good. So everyone here is a Luke, I want you to pick someone out of this chat right now that said yes.
Yeah.
We are about to have actually, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. You're going to join our Discord. We want you to cook for us. I want you to take me into your kitchen, turn on your camera, and show me how you throw these meals together. And listen, if you're able to throw just one of these meals together on this level, we will buy you a year Factor. 1 year. I'm at work. I don't have a kitchen. Luke, find someone here that just talk thy shit.
Funny enough, I see Loco said yes.
Loco. This is wonderful. Loco, you seem to believe you are a fantastic cook, a better cook than the dietitians and nutritionists at Factor here. Loco, take us into your kitchen right now. I just ate. Bullshit. Join the Discord. It's breakfast. No, it's not. It's 3 p.m.
You just cleaned up, brother. You wouldn't have to clean up if you were using Factor.
That is true. I'm allergic to food. I can only eat air and drink water. All right, so what you're telling me is no one here wants to cook for us. Is that what I'm getting right now? God, talking, man. I remember when the Destiny community had gamers. What happened, fellas? Y'all done got older, then had children now, got rid of your kitchens. What happened? What went down? I just ate. I don't understand how that's an excuse, Loco. Just cook something And I don't know, package it up for later, I guess. Put it in your fridge. We got a wife for that. Spot is the wife in the room with us right now. Luke, can you get Spot in here? I would love to talk to Spot's wife.
Yeah, let me.
Spot, could we talk to your wife and ask her how many times she cooks a week? And whether or not she herself would like Factor. Because she may actually say, yes, she would love a year of Factor. You leave my wife out of this? No! You brought her into this shit. Sus presenter. Get my wife's name out of your mouth. Easy, Will Smith. Easy. Can we check out PO2? I guess. Luke, is there any other messages you would like to share about?
No, that's everything.
Look, guys.
Guys, you can check out Factor. Again, pinned comment up above, ! Factor, panel down below. Use our code AskCrossF, and you get free breakfast for a year.
Really, really, if it's Factor or some other meal service or your own meal prepping, all I really want from these type of sponsors is just to tell you guys that what you eat plays such a big role in your overall health and your lives. And I just want you to know that, because you're probably in my generation, we're getting older. And that means that when we eat certain foods, we feel like shit. And that's because those foods are bad for us. And at one time in our lives, we could eat like shit every day and we would be completely fine. But if you're north of 30, you've now reached the territory where eating certain foods just don't work with the body no more. Okay? So the point I'm really trying to make here is, good meats, good vegetables, just try to keep it healthy. Stay away from the fast foods. Really just makes such a big difference in your life. Unc, I'm 23. I'm good. For now. For now.
Mm-hmm. You say that, like, a couple years down the line, you can already start feeling it.
Yeah. Instant ramen sounds good. Oh my God. Stop being lazy and start cooking. There you go. Luke, get Shako into the Discord. Shako, could you cook for us right now? Shako, we're going to be here all day long, my man. I tell you what, brother, I'm ready to see you a master at work. I'm ready to see that kitchen. I'm ready to see just how clean it is, how ready it is. Fucking cook it up for us. As he said, Shako. Oh shit. Shako, if you could join Jenner on our Discord and then hit the stream button and then point your camera at the kitchen, we will watch you prepare a wonderful, beautiful meal. Are there any stipulations on the cooking? No, but the chat will judge whether or not you are a good cook based on how you cook and what you present to us. If you don't present something good and this chat says it's ass, then you will not get a year factor and we ban you. I won't even be the one polling it or judging it. They will. Gordon Cross. Say, I'm about to have a breakthrough. I'm learning how to crawl. Right now, we are working our way up. Potentially this month, I will have it down. Make him solo cryo. Yeah.
It's
Guys, he
dangerous
wants
to solo cryo these days.
he wants the game so
They be
bad.
Uben.
What is that? And he also wants to eat everything, but he don't have teeth yet, so we can't really give him much. God dog it. Let me tell you something, chat. Never have favorites with your children. They're all wonderful. But that one I really like. That one is he's so chill, man. Everywhere we go, he's just ready for the ride, man. Ready for the ride, brother. He's like, where we going? What we doing? You know? We already have a mini cross. That's minier cross. Yeah, because he just spawned. Did you say my child just spawned? Are you serious right now, Zelda, using gamer terms? We're telling Liam. Jesus Christ. All right. I got to take a look at this here. Let's take a look at this PoE. Supposedly, Path of Exile is getting, I guess, a sizable update. Or Path of Exile 2. Oh my God.
Hi.
Is this the one? Jesus Christ. I should have been subscribed. This is it. Okay, this is an hour and 20 minutes. Y'all want me to watch this? Or we will watch it. The Hamburger Man with the massive dono cube, baby. But hear me out. Next two DLCs are completely pushed into 2027. We live with our June update for a while and let the game actually die for a bit. I think the only way for a future is for it to die and come back with an absolute bang. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But what if it dies and then when they try to do a comeback expansion, it just withers away? You know what I mean? No, just play Path of Exile 2. Guys, I don't think the update is out yet. But hold on, let's watch. Let's watch.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Those in darkness once lay dormant. Now return. We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Already new in-game areas? What the fuck?
We become one. You are completely alone.
Delirium reworked. These look good. That looked good. The effects, you can tell the effect change.
Like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Oh my god, dude, I just want to go play right now, guys. Can we just? I don't know. What's in PoE right now? What's at PoE right now? They don't. Is it any of this, or is this just all stuff coming down the road? May 29th. DM has a private move. What the fuck? Get mad. So May the 29th. Bruh, I think my brother's getting married. That what day is that? No, I think we're good. I think we're good.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the in-game, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, But we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
Oh, that's dope, man.
After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already...
By the way, mods, make sure we're in the right category right now, because I know we were in Destiny's category earlier.
...already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation. But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Oh, that's wild.
After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items. As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects. Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it. Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6,
Ah, damn.
7, or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items,
Will you guys chill with the 6-7 shit? All right.
Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclost. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground.
I'm updating PoE right now.
The runic magic which the Ezamites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclass to find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more verisium, he will be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you runic ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times. Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
Brother, they gotta be amping up the end game then. If they're giving us essentially a second life, there's no telling how difficult they're about to add with all the in-game additions. They said it's not escape, death power. It gets better. It's not a cheat death. How's that not a cheat death? It's just extra life. I'm confused now, boys. Isn't that the same thing? I kind of look like a cheated death right there. It's an additive life. It's like an energy show on her life. Right. And doesn't that allow you to cheat death?
Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using...
All right, eggplant, or not eggplant, poll. Do you guys want me to play PoE right now? Someone said there's a private league. I don't even know how to even join that, but I guess we could probably figure it out. Do you want me to play PoE, or do you want me to continue watching this?
This skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies.
I know none of this is out. I was just going to get in.
To more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns, while Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level.
Wait, what? So you could take a shitty stat item and then bump it up? You take a shitty stat unique and bump it up? Does it change the level? Okay, so it does add level requirements. Okay, so, but it makes it usable. What it ends up usually happening, especially if you get a unique early on, is like, yeah, it may be great for your kid at that moment, but eventually the stats are just ass. You know what I mean? So you can't do nothing about it.
Uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
Holy shit.
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects.
I can't decide if I like this better or No Rest for the Wicked. I think they're definitely 2 different games for sure. No Rest is really, really good. It's just in terms of like the scaling, I think.
Excuse me, Mr.
PoE goes to that
about
next level.
family vacations. I do believe you still owe us that eye tracker gameplay. Why are you holding out?
Indeed, Nitsa, you are correct. I do owe you Stellar Blade eye tracking gameplay. Yes, you are correct.
So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient...
So it's a gacha game? This is not a gacha game, no. This is... No, it's an ARPG. It has a store where you can buy things like mini cosmetics and whatnot. I think it's a $20 game for early access. Will eventually be completely free to play. But it's definitely not a gacha game.
knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it.
Oh, I love it.
Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop.
You want to know what GGG is nailed, guys? Gambling. Which is what, I mean, Cammy brought it up when talking about like Destiny players. Destiny players love to gamble. What GGG has is it's multi levels of gambling.
Once you get to the end game, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenyn. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenyn. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions,
Incoming Season the Deep,
new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenyn has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
damn, he's thick.
Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook. And this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like.
God, don't get, dude. I just want to go play so bad right
There
now.
are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps.
Chad, y'all remember when Sunder was the Sunder that was the meta for Warrior for a
Blow
bit?
open root doors. Even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
Warrior's still bad, is it really? Oh! God, these look epic.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danig suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
Chat, be thinking about a class that we should be playing as going into this next update. And then I want to play it actually today just to get some reps in. I've only really played like 4. Like I've played Witch. I played Druid with the bear build this past season, which was really fun. I played Monk when we did the Palm Monk. Palm Monk was really, really good. And I played Warrior with the Sundered build.
Defeat him and gain access to whatever Eldritch Nightmare is growing inside.
Really? Monk looks sick? Fucking love Monk, dude.
Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques,
that's the biggest thing to
dozens
me,
of new
man.
Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find.
What a beautiful game, man.
Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth.
Ah, that was that
A
intro
remnant
trailer.
of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Azmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time.
Oh, that's wild.
There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one, which lets Azmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential. You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree.
I need every PvE developer out there. I need you to really look at what GGG does and the cadence of which they do things, and try to replicate that in your games. Like if you want to constantly keep pulling back your community and re-engaging us expansion after expansion, this is how you fucking do it.
Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example,
Guys, I just want to go play PoE right now. Give me a timestamp to skip to so we can see the juicy shit. Y'all telling me to go play Monk? I need to play Monk for like, I don't know, at least like a week or something like that, to kind of merge myself into the playstyle.
For example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot?
I haven't played video games in like a week!
Would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release Azmeri spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough.
Update, by the way, yeah.
You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
That's hilarious.
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques.
Damn!
Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have
But you can only have one selection though, right? Am I getting that right? Because this one's selected.
selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the in-game leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them.
Yep.
And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players.
It's that, and it also takes advantage of previous assets that you already worked on. Because out in the world, you had abysses you would find in various acts, right, randomly. But them moving into in-game like this allows you to for them to still use this, and it's something that people enjoyed anyways. So you're able to reuse it. God, dog, I'm telling you, man. Companies like other PvE developers out there, dude. Specifically Bungie, fucking take notes of this shit. This is how you cycle in seasonal stuff into evergreen content for your community.
Giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough delirium and
Wait, I thought we used to use the liquids to pull skills and then imbue them in our amulets. You did, yes? Fuck yeah, brother. God, dog it, man. I knew it!
encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an
Now
entrance
it's more-
into Tangmazu's realm is revealed.
You can do about
But
that.
it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm.
Oh, shit.
Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge. So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you
love they
can
don't
see,
show the bosses.
it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder. And not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision...
What is the percentage of uniques locked behind in-game, guys? Because I thought everything was just purely RNG and it could drop whenever.
of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like
There's
all
bunch,
emotions,
like
they can
10%.
craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, Potent Liquid Melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes Armor Break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's...
The next fire spell you cast yourself after using a war cry is ancestrally boosted. Oh, okay.
Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a war cry. How about using an ancestral flame blast?
Big damage, big damage.
Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up.
Chat, does it still go off the same formula of waste stones and then amplifying your waste stones in maps? Is that still the same? Yes, still the same with that. Okay.
There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a...
Alright, this is hard. I play video games. No, I'm doing it. I fucking do it. I don't give a shit. I'm doing it now. Oh my god, what happened? Oh Lord, what happened? What in the world? Shit, hold on. All right. Okay, how do I? Hold on. the world is going on here? Did that shit just crash? All right. It's a sign to keep finishing the video. All right, hold on. Chat, if I wanted to start over right now, and it's solo self-found, what class should I do right now that's going to be good? Y'all say Monk's going to be really good?
Pagan! You
I ain't
failed
watching
to liberate
shit.
your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me.
No, I'm not going to do hardcore.
Call out to your dreamer.
We'll be dead
Let
quick.
us see if he answers.
Yeah, I wanted to practice. I was thinking about practicing Monk. I know new stuff isn't here right now. I just wanted to fuck around with this. Because you know what SSF means? No one can give them shit? Exactly, Jobu. Exactly. Find me the timestamps for all the new class changes. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Should I do SSF or should we just go ahead and just do regular? That way if somebody wanted to give us some good shit. SSF, you're earning my respect just a little. Already taking handouts. Oh, fuck you then. I fucking... Ah!
Recapture the pagan! Don't let him escape!
That's the join the private league? Yeah, how do I join the private league? I don't even know how to do that. I've never even... What do I do? How do I do that? The website? Go to 56 minutes, 20 seconds. It's kind of full now. You can't do it.
By
Oh,
the
Dark's
dreamer's
private league?
will,
Gotcha.
I have another chance.
Okay, all right.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to see another living.
I live.
Now I would appreciate it.
Oh no.
Breach, clear fell.
What a throw on our bro.
Find.
Rest now.
I have an
I
actual
will see
monk, but
about
it's standard.
this Miller.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hold on. Chad, how do I sprint again? It's super laggy? Really? Oh, here we go, baby. Here we go. Let's change the game. By the way, chat, should we go finish Ceros? I've been thinking about it all week. Yeah. It's a good game.
Power. But at what cost?
Oh. Falling Thunder.
Effective.
Boring ass bullet hell. You say Saros is boring? What? Game is fun as fuck. Poll, would you rather us play Saros or PoE?
Lightning!
Oh, getting some good stuff. Can you trade at all in SSF? Damn, no trading? Okay. That's wild. Should we finish Saros? 66% says yes. What?
My training continues.
You guys give me so much shit for not finishing games. Oh, somebody give me a skill tree. Die! Give me the best monk skill tree.
Creature.
Oh my god, that hurt. Also, okay, there you go. That's the proper pull. Yes, those are your two options. Let's see. Are palm builds really good for monk? I mean, pretty much you can make anything good, right? But I mean, like, is it the way to go for this current season?
The miller has seen better days.
Yeah.
Shock!
Oh, this damage is cooking. Man is low. Oh, nice. Thank you for the call out. Thank you for the call out.
Skill always beats raw strength.
Let's go.
Please come inside.
Is the game in a lower res or something? The text is slightly pixelated? Oh. Really? Yes, it's bad. He's right. Everything is pixelated for me. I can barely read the boss's name. Wait, what? The hell's going on? Hold on, let me take a look. Sounds good, Stein. Also, what won the poll, by the way? No, I definitely want to make it look clearer. I mean, it doesn't look that way for me. That's why I'm just really surprised. Feel we won the poll. The tech. Can y'all like read this text? Stein, look into this issue for me. The game just has a weird font. All right, let me pull this up. I don't know, guys. It looks pretty clear to me. Unless I just did no upscale. Maybe the upscale somehow fucking with it. It's just the movement. Okay, I turned off the sharpness. I'm gonna do V-Sync because sometimes I know you guys say you don't like the tearing. All right, tell me if that's any better. Is this thing really gonna make me allocate my points first? It's not better. Still over sharpened. It looks like 30 FPS. Wait, what? I'm starting to think it's a capture card issue. It's like you're still playing D1. It looks fine to me. I mean, the only thing I can do is like... Oh my God. All right. It's worse now. It fixed, then it went back to being bad. The text is only because of the sharpening. Guys, I don't think I've sharpened anything. Yeah, sharpness is off, right? Full screen, hold on. There, it's fixed. Oh. That's weird. It looks identical to me. Like, no, like seriously, guys, it's literally identical. But you guys are getting a much cleaner image. No, I mean, the image has not changed. Image quality has not changed for me. It's got to be something with the capture settings, is what I'm thinking. And therefore, you guys are seeing something differently than what I'm seeing. All right. So let me see what's up with this. Stein, what the fuck in-game build did you send me? It's not in-game, it's leveling? Bullshit. Where's it? I'm looking at our build overview. I see set 1, set 2. They're gonna add an ability to follow build guides in game next patch. Oh, that's gonna be massive. Is it like a deadlock thing? Oh man, y'all remember Mobalytics? Cross, people don't make build guides for level 5s. I don't like your passive aggressiveness right now, Stein. And yes, they fucking do. Yes, they fucking do. They got segments like from 5 to fucking 25, and 25 to 50.
How have the Ezamites fallen?
Renly's the name. Well, have no fear. I'll smith for you. There's a beast of particular dark power stalking us out in the Felling. It moves. Now, if you could channel your violence. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Welcome to the this all. I fear this. Stay safe if you can.
I sense within her a kindred dreamer.
It's pretty fun, but now I'm ready to go play something else. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, life blast, life. Marathon? You think I'm gonna go play marathon? Lol.
Might make good scrap.
ADHD cross. Well, no. It's like I'm gonna be doing this all over again in a few weeks. Dude, none of my stash is the same. Is it because it's SSF? Oh my god. Okay. Well, you think the tab would actually be the same? All right, let's see. Jim. What do we do here, boys? What do we do? Stein said, hey, here we go. Let me get you a fucking in-game build. Ah, yes. Okay, let's see. All right, eggplant, or no, poll. Do you guys want me to play Fallen Thunder? Stormwave. Do y'all want me to play PoE right now, or do you want me to play Deadlock? Huh? I ain't think I can make any of this shit. I can't even make any of this shit. God, dog it. Go put this damn thing on. Finish the video first, Cross. We watched 40 minutes of it. It's good. Let's talk about politics. Yeah. Definitely do that.
Your end comes. Agent of Chaos.
Who's the mod that just made that poll? Who's the mod that just made that poll? I will go look up mod view right now if I need to. How do I get this lightning strike? Oh my god, dude. You don't even fucking spell it right.
Each victory is but another milestone. Endless path.
All right. Here we let's go. Chad, how do I get that lightning? That you see the thing on the ground? Power charges. With finishers, use your other skill.
This relic hums with power long dormant.
Oh, here we go.
This device, one light stirs. There must be more.
Oh, I gotta some shit. Oh, it's ass. Call enemies, kill with the bomb. Okay. Stein, are you gonna find me a build that's applicable for my character, or are you gonna just find me builds that are good 300 levels from now? Fine. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Equip the staff. What the fuck? I wasn't even sprinting. Oh no, first up. That's a staff. This is a quarter staff. Why the fuck would I put that on? Do you even play this game?
Pitiless wretch.
Lovely, lovely. Dude, where is this boss? Up here to the corner. There we go. Chat. Should we start? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm probably gonna die. Oh my god. Should we start the new season off playing SSF? What is that? Oh my god. There's no downside? Well, obviously other than being solo. You want pain? Yes. Is there a level of prestige that comes with being SSF? Yes. Hardcore only. Sign, you do fucking hardcore. Hardcore SSF, yes. Don't tip me. No, I'm not good enough at this game to do hardcore. I don't know bosses well enough.
Invader! Estelle!
Kind of shit is that? Stein, it's a great build. Stein is a fantastic build, Stein. I will never play this game again. Just to spite you, Stein. Stein, I will main Diablo forever.
You're mine! Your spells die here.
Sleep in eyes, wake in snow. Invader! Estelle! Swell! Estelle! Feed! Swell! Rotten! Swell!
Get shit on! Okay, alright, alright. We want invasion, right? All evasion. Dr. Meme with the sub, thank you so much, my man. Let's see. Evasion or evasion into shield hybrids? Evasion what monks usually use. Gotcha. Alright. Dude. Oh, we're so bad. Les, where are you? Oh, we'll go over here. Don't rely too much on sprinting. trip and fall and get gangbanged. Really? Not the worst possible setup, but all right, all right. Oh shit. Oh shit. Jesus. You're doing ground web before Burrow and not leveling your passive? Fuck yeah, dude. Don't you fucking love it? Fuck yeah. We're cooking, man. We're cooking. Huge, huge, huge. Why is crossplay on PoE and not in 3 weeks? You make valid points. You make super valid points. This is very true. All right, let me go to 50. I just really want to. This is what happens when I watch any news from GGG. I will watch. Hold on. I will watch this. Hold on.
Challenge leagues, after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all 3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked, the power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is free, and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take, and grant you life regeneration.
Holy
Your
shit.
stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies, and your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment.
Before we continue this video, what is Zer selling at D1?
And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses. opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
Wait, hold on. What the hell is going on?
Such as idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment. And this one, which is my absolute favorite.
Tame beasts can capture unique beasts, can have up to 1 unique tame beast summoned. Unique tame beasts have 30% increased movement speed. Tame beasts are possessed by random Aztecross spirits, changing every 20 seconds.
The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
Dude, that's crazy.
Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands. Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's so many choices. You're going to be excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
Dude, that's the class we're going to play. What class is that? I've never played it. What is that? This was a summoner? Summoner class? Huntress, the Huntress class. How long has that class been in the game? Huntress into Spirit Walker. 2 seasons. It was the first DLC class. Never played it. Never played it.
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 Hollow techniques. Channeling Hollow Form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots. Finally, your hands, the ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves...
By the way, if we wanted to, like, I don't know, find really good builds, can we just copy what they're showing us on their skill tree? It's like right there. You know what I mean? Like, couldn't we just take a screenshot of that shit and then just use that? It's a terrible idea. I mean, what do you mean? How's that a terrible idea? I'm just throwing it out there. Is it working for them? Just Google it, brother. This class is not even out. Mord. This shit ain't even out right now. Google what?
Add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit.
I know Monk is out. I'm talking about this ascendancy, motherfuckers. Oh my God.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of...
I can't even watch this anymore. I can't even watch this anymore. Oh my God, you talk about fucking derailed right now. Fucking derailed. People are already theory crafted builds and have videos for this ascendancy. All right, fuck, we'll watch it more.
Life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with.
All right, so if I had to choose between one of these, Huntress or Monk, with these two ascendancies, which one do we believe is going to cook more? Really, y'all think Monk is going to cook that much more? Dude, I just hate choosing what everyone else chooses. You know what I mean? Hunters, they buff companion damage. Yeah, I don't want to like choose Monk and then like every one of y'all are like also choosing Monk. I think ultimately Huntress will probably speed clear faster. Which one do you think is going to be better in an SF? I'm seriously thinking about doing an SSF run. Not hardcore, just SSF. Primarily because I just don't want to worry about trading. And just full sending it with that. Play whatever makes you excited to play, man. Ripple, I love how you look at life. How can I put this? I want to pick a class that you personally do not play. You see what I'm saying? That I want to pick a class that you wouldn't choose to play. And that brings me enjoyment. Then Warlock then? No. Between the two. It seems like everyone here is a Monk code, which is fine. We're probably going to do Huntress.
Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of...
Are these just all uniques now? Okay, that's cool. All right. Well, that looks fun, man. Look, PoE looks like they're cooking as always. As always, man. We are probably going to play the new season, which is actually perfect. We've got a few more weeks with D1. I do want to hit up a little more Wrath. And then, what other games are coming out this year? Look at the uniques. No. I don't want any spoilers. I like to be surprised with the uniques. Subnautica 2 is coming out? Is it really? What is that? What is that game? Subnautica 2. What's I'll probably be down with I like Subnautica. Curious how this one's different. Echoes of Ankrad is coming out. game is this? Bandai.
Having that nightmare with the terrifying monster. It's horrible.
What in the sword? Oh my god, it's Sword Art Online! Oh my god! No!
You need to level up and enhance your equipment if you want to get stronger.
Please don't fuck this up!
Ready?
Ready?
We all need to work together and help each other get out of this nightmare.
Let's show them how well we work together.
Okay, hold up. Can we calm down with the soul together shit? Let's be real. None of that was happening in the actual Sword Art Online world. All right? It was every man for himself. There was no fucking friendship. It was backstabbing, murdering, laughing, coughing, fucking everyone clearing out all the damn best XP zones. The hell is this shit? And Billy's look good. Billy look pretty damn good.
We have to stand and fight.
After all, stronger the enemy, greater the challenge.
Risk your reality? Are we plugging in or what? Oh, this thing comes out July the 10th? Damn, I thought this was... Dang, so I thought you said this thing is coming out this month? Alright. Oh, let me find... Let's see, do we got gameplay of this now? Alright.
Hello, everyone.
You said it's coming out this year? Oh, I did? I said this year? Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. No. I meant this month. Hold on, let me write this down real quick. Chat, y'all can move us back to just chatting. Or mods.
My name is Javian, and today... Hello everyone, my name is Javian, and today... I'm going to be breaking down everything you need to know about the newly announced Sword Art Online game, Echoes of Aincrad, which will be released on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and on PC on July 10th, 2026. Echoes of Aincrad is considered a new beginning for the series of games, and it seems to be the kind of Sword Art Online game that people have been asking for a while. The previous games closely followed Kirito and the main cast from the series, but in Echoes of Aincrad, we will be playing as our own character starting from the beginning of the overall story, where 10,000 players are trapped and held hostage in a game called Sword Art Online. The players are pushed into a situation where in order to gain their freedom, they need to complete the game by clearing all 100 floors of Aincrad. But the catch is that their death in the game also results in their death in real life. The initial concept for Echoes of Aincrad was put together around the time where the development of Fatal Bullet ended, and actual production for the game began roughly around 2021, according to the Sword Art Online game series producer, Yosuke Futami. He said that he wanted to return to the roots and reboot the series with a new mainline game that starts from the very beginning of the Death game. He wants this game to capture the raw desperation and survival instincts from the players that realize the situation they've been trapped in. And by starting from the beginning of the overall Sword Art Online story, he hopes that it will be more approachable to people unfamiliar with the series or first-time players of the games. Being able to create your own character instead of playing as a pre-existing character will let players experience the events that happen from a new perspective. Echoes of Aincrad is a single-player game that attempts to replicate the feeling of playing an MMO, while also applying the pressure of survival in an unfamiliar environment. The battles are said to be challenging, and combat is said to be more tense and weighty compared to the previous games in the series, with things like stamina management and scarce healing items. Even though it can seem like the features in the game and the combat have a Souls-like feel, Futami mentioned that this game isn't one, and that it's a normal action RPG. He also mentioned that difficulty was never the main focus, so creating a game specifically for the challenge wasn't the purpose.
I love that they're using the UI from actual SAO though. That's amazing, man. Like literally showing the health bar that you would see from like the character's perspective in the show.
This is just the end result. One way this is shown is through the variety of difficulty settings players can freely switch between as long as they're not in a quest, so they can adjust their own experience to their liking. The game contains story, normal, hard and very hard difficulty settings by default. But for people that want an extra challenge, additional save slots in the game can be used to enable death game mode.
Oh, if you become incapacitated in battle, you will die. And this save data itself will be deleted. So like a hardcore mode, okay. And just, what do you get for it though? That's the thing, like there's gotta be other than just the flex, the leaderboard flex.
In this mode, you can select one of the 4 difficulties and then apply an additional layer of challenge which will delete your save when you die, which pretty much turns the game into varying levels of a hardcore mode challenge. By default, this mode is unlocked after clearing the game, but people that purchase the deluxe or ultimate editions gain access to this feature from the beginning. When it comes to character creation, it's been said that you can change your options like gender, hairstyle, face shape, body shape, height,
What is up with the jiggle physics?
and various other parameters. As of right now, I don't know if you'll be able to re-customize your character after doing it the first time, but if it's anything like the previous games, then re-customization is a feature we should hope to expect. Echoes of Aincrad seems to have a lot of systems and features that are different from what has been done in the games before. So in this video, I'll be breaking down all of the information that has been released so far to really see what this game has to offer. The story in Echoes of Aincrad revolves around the events that take place in the first and second floors of Aincrad. They wanted to spend time focusing on the experience of each floor, so they created a densely packed world rather than rushing through the story to reach floor 100 in a single game. The main story content is said to be roughly 30 hours long, with an additional 20 hours worth of subquests and side content. In addition to that, it was said that there will also be plenty of post-game activities to keep people entertained if they want to keep playing for even longer. They mentioned that as long as this new direction for the series is successful and enjoyed by people, they plan to continue the journey through all 100 floors.
What? How? If the full game essentially is just floors 1 and 2, how the hell? First up, do we even know what floors? Where did the show end? Was it floor 76? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it 76, chat? Do we even know, like, which is a lot of floors we don't know all the details on. It was around 70, 76, I think. Around 75. Yeah, so it's like there's going to be a gap there. We don't even know what exists in those floors. I just don't know how they're going to fit all that. Well, the show ends up, they ended up figuring out after clearing, what was it, like the centipede boss, something along those lines. And that's when they figure things out.
Which will be spread across multiple games, but for Echoes of Aincrad, they wanted to focus on the start of the death game, since it's an important part of the story to explore. It's a story that retells the Sword Art Online tragedy from the perspective of your created character and a player named Iori. They are both said to be acquaintances from their days as beta testers, and they manage to reunite in the Town of Beginnings once the death game begins. Rather than specifically following what happened with the highly skilled players like Kirito, it seems like this story will focus on the desperation of the players that struggle to survive on the earlier floors of the game,
Makes sense to be stuck on
and how
floor
they
1
had
and
to
2.
depend on each other to live. Instead of experiencing a story where Kirito is loved and relied on like in the previous games, in Echoes of Aincrad we'll get to see how the other people viewed him on the earlier floors and witness the hatred and resentment some people had towards him for withholding information as an experienced beta tester. It's said that this story will show the cruelty, the rawness, and the conflict that their overall situation creates. As I mentioned before, Echoes of Aincrad takes place on the first and second floors of Aincrad. Based on all of the previews and interviews, it seems like it's taking more of a risk and reward approach to exploration in order to enhance the danger and survival themes from early Sword Art Online. The Town of Beginnings seems to be the starting point for the game. There are a few events that happen prior to entering the town, but it seems like after entering the town, this is the point where we'll actually begin our journey. While in towns, we'll be able to talk to the NPCs, accept their quests, and use the various facilities like the blacksmith. It was mentioned that we won't be able to change our equipment or level up while exploring, so we'll need to prepare the gear for our character and our partners and stock up on resources before heading out into the world. The game seems to have a quest-based structure with a dungeon crawling gameplay loop that encourages exploration and discovery. While in the Town of Beginnings, the main terminal seems to be the access point to the rest of the world, and is where we'll need to go if you want to begin exploring. Interacting with it lets you travel to a town you previously visited, or you can use it to select the quest that you would like to be the focus of your journey. Based on the wording in the quest selection screen, it seems like you can either choose from new quests or quests that you've previously completed. So I assume you'll be able to re-attempt quests to gather materials or to fight specific enemies. Quests also seem to be designated as field quests or dungeon quests, so there's a possibility that some quests will take place on their own dedicated.
I mean, it seems very instance-based, right? It seems like that's how things are being structured here.
Maps, or you may begin from a unique starting point. After selecting the quest you would like to do, you can pick which partner character you would like to join you on your expedition. When it comes to your partner characters, it's been said that we'll eventually be able to learn more about them, and they'll have their own side quests where their personalities are explored in more depth. But things like dating and likability ratings that were available in some of the previous games are not present in Echoes of Aincrad. The producer mentioned that since the story takes place during the introduction to the death game, things like dating and flirting are out of the question, since coming to terms with their situation and figuring out how to survive is currently the priority for these characters. In the gameplay revealed so far, Iori, Wiseman, and Argo were the available partners that players could choose from. Iori uses a sword and can use the Healing Circle support skill, which creates a zone that restores health while you're standing in it. Wiseman uses a mace and can use the Discordant Resonance support skill, which deals damage to nearby enemies and increases their daze stacks. Argo uses a dagger and can activate the Analysis support skill, which can temporarily reveal the locations of treasure chests and enemies even if they're on the other sides of walls. After leaving town and entering the world, you can focus on your quest objectives, or you can explore the map to find new locations and hidden treasure, while also fighting enemies for experience points, materials, and equipment. But when entering an unexplored area for the first time, we'll most likely be working our way towards unlocking safe areas, which we can use to recover our health, teleport to previously unlocked locations, or to restock our healing crystals. There are a variety of consumable potions that we can use during exploration, like ones that restore a portion of our SP, or ones that slowly recover our health over time. But based on the gameplay demonstrations, both our character and our partner will have 3 healing crystals that they can use to recover a large portion of their health instantly. These are the ones that can be replenished at a safe area. These safe areas also apparently keep enemies out of their safety zone after being activated, and can also function as a respawn location if you get defeated while exploring. But in order to activate them for the first time, you need to make sure that there are no enemies within the vicinity of the safe area. Activating a safe area for the first time also reveals a portion of the surrounding map. The map for unexplored areas is usually hidden, so if you haven't found the location of a safe area, you'll have to rely on what you can see in the environment while exploring. However, the location of safe areas themselves will be the only thing marked on a map if the area is still unexplored. They also emit a faint pillar of light that can be seen at a distance, but despite that, the journey to them is still said to be challenging. With many
All right. Let's get to the combat system.
The combat in Echoes of Aincrad seems to be one of the biggest changes compared to the previous games in the series. Instead of the faster paced gameplay that is present in the older games, the combat in Echoes of Aincrad is described as methodical, tactical, and more grounded. This isn't a Souls-like game, but the combat does seem to have a similar pacing, where every swing has weight and making a mistake can leave you vulnerable to enemies' attacks.
Sounds like a dub. So, you know why astrology is so popular? Because they take advantage of something called the Barnum effect. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Also called the Forer effect. Essentially, it's a way of making your horoscope feel personalized. Let me give you an example. You have a tendency to be critical of yourself. At times, you're outgoing. At other times, reserved. Essentially, you can apply that shit to everybody. My issue with the way video games are explained sometimes is you could do the exact same thing. You see where I'm coming from? You could come in with these fucking... You see what I'm saying? Not trying to hate on this guy, but it's like... Let's just repeat this.
Has weight, and making a mistake can leave you vulnerable to...
Every attack has weight, and making a mistake could leave you vulnerable. God damn, no shit. No fuck, are you shitting me right now?
Enemies' attacks. The enemies are a threat, and the encounters seem like they're designed to put you under pressure as you fight your way to the next...
What other way would the characters, or what other way would encounters be designed? Have I ever played a game? It's like, wow, these encounters here, hold on, let's repeat this.
Encounters seem like they're designed to put you under pressure.
I love pressureless encounters, actually. Those are my favorite. The encounters that come in extremely pressureless.
As you fight your way to the next safe area. At one point, you may be fighting against one enemy, but then the enemy may jump back and draw the attention of other nearby enemies, dragging you into a large-scale fight where you're at a severe disadvantage. And trying to run away from the fight will just lead to your health being slowly chipped away by the pursuing enemies. But that doesn't mean that you won't have a lot of options available to you that you can use to your advantage. Unlike a lot of the recent Sword Art Online games, in Echoes of Aincrad,
this is why you don't need to let AI generate your scripts. Do you understand? This does not take away from us watching this game. We'll look at raw gameplay at some point. Okay? This is exactly what you get when you say, ChatGPT, cook me a script. the PoE2 stream content was better than... Of course the PoE2 stream was good. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm going to be honest, though. This game... I don't know how I feel about it, guys. I don't know how I feel about it.
I keep having that nightmare with the terrifying monster.
To wait and see.
It's horrible.
Do you understand what I was saying about the Barnum effect? Okay. AI, when it scripts things, kind of like takes this like general personalized approach. Hey, look, let me put it to you like this. It's like when you were back in high school and you were doing a research paper and you were like, damn, I got to crank out 1,000 more words. Time to bullshit. And then you just became a master bullshitter. Or at least you thought. But it was like the same paragraph written in like the same fucking way, but like in different ways. You know what I mean? You were just like, yeah, I got to get this word count up. Now, I don't even think kids got to worry about that now. They just get AI to type that shit.
You'll need to level up and enhance your equipment if you want to get stronger.
Ready?
Ready?
We all need to work together and help each other get out of this nightmare.
Let's show them how well we work together.
Was it the same trailer we just watched a second ago? Oh my God. I think it's literally the same trailer. Is there no like just raw gameplay? I guess that's just it. I don't know, guys. I'm not like...
はい。早速ザッシュが仲間です。はい。俺やんけ。はい。今回ですね、すでにメディアプレビューというかメディアさんにはですね、お見せしているクエストにはなっているんですけども、そこにですね、今回初めてザッシュ君がプレ
He's saying that Sword Art Online should have ended after season 2, but for obvious reasons it continued. But it would have been a masterpiece had it done so.
レーブルになっている姿も含めてですね、ちょっと新しい情報を含めて詳しくご紹介させていただければと思っております。
じゃあ今この瞬間に構えてくれてるじゃないですか。
はい。
今剣振ってとか言うと今やってもらえるってことですか？
もちろんです。
Alicization was good. What do you mean? You know what would have made it better? If it wasn't in the same universe as Sword Art Online. You know that? I agree. I thought it was good. If it wasn't in the same universe as SAO.
おお、やってくれる。プレイヤブル。
プレイヤブルです。
リアルタイムや。リアルタイムプレイヤブル。
なのでぜひですね、皆さんからもご質問だったりとか、コメントの方でも受け付けますので、
コメントの方もそこ何とかあったらちょっと聞いてもいいけど、まあもちろんネタバレはできない範囲で。
そうですね。ちょっとここ答えられないよっていうところございますけれども、できる限りお答えさせていただきますので、じゃあ早速プレイしていきましょう。お願いします。
そうですね。これザッシュ君ついてくる。そうですね。これメディアでは一回もうね動画では出てますけど、生でこの実際プレイ見せるのも
完全に初めてです。はい、世界で初めてです。
いやマップ綺麗だな。
ありがとうございます。
ホルンカ。
そうですね。ホルンカから今出てってますね。
So you run with your companion.
ここにちゃんと道なりに繋がってて、ここにたどり着くようなクエストがあって、そこにたどり着くみたいな。キリトがアニールブレードを手に。
This game feels similar to Dragon's Dogma 2 gameplay. I don't think it's going to be that in depth. Dragon's Dogma 2 actually had really good gameplay, but we'll see.
抜いたぞ。
意外とでかいぞ。
これは
行くのか行くのか。お、こっち向いた。気づかれた。
タイプになってます。
こんな序盤から次そんな。
そうですね。
仲間としっかり戦って今ザッシュ君が今切り替わったんですけど、ザッシュが今フリーモードと呼ばれるですね、パートナーモードのもう一つのモードになってました。早速リセットしてきましたね。今のはパリーですね、パリースラッシュというかジャストガードすると発動できるようになってます。一瞬でしたね。はい。
今実際にカメラの位置っていうのをかなり近くしてもらってます。ゲーム内設定できます。メディアさんとかで出たのは中距離とか遠距離のカメラでやってたことが多いのかなと思ってるんですけど、まあ要はゲームのアインクラッドをよりその
Chat, how is this gameplay grabbing you? I think the player is just bad at the game. Strider, what the fuck's that? You think you would like just be so much better at this? I don't understand. You know where I'm coming from? Like how out of 2 minutes and 35 seconds, how do you think gameplay should look? He did leave behind the loot. This does not spark joy. I will say my expectations are extremely high. I mean, it's in the world of SAO. So I mean, like, let's watch this.
羽か。羽です。こいつは羽切ると飛ばなくなる。
なるほどね。飛んでくるのめちゃくちゃ厄介なんですよね。これで
確かに厄介でした。飛んでくるの。
そしたらアイテムで投擲相手して落としたりとかするのが分かりやすい手法ですね。
はい。今飛んでますね。飛んで毒吐いてますね。こいつは先ほどのワスプ種のエリート。結構すごいです。音楽わかりました。行きますよ。メガネクイ。これはワイズマンの
Dude, the gotcha ultimates, man.
ちょっと今は蓄積が足りなかったんですけども、敵にメマ位置を付与する。メマイが付与された敵はちょっと一定時間動きが不安定になる。それレアですね。
キャラのスキルはね2個ぐらい使えるんで、2回分使えるんで1回でできなかったら次のもう1回使ったりとか。
Uninspired and dull.
これまだ解かれないと先に進めない。はいはい。
ちょっと触れましたけど、ダンジョンとかもあって。
これで全滅させましたね。
そうですね。だから最初は草原だったりとか。
So is it not a co-op game? Is it not like a MRPG, like a true MRPG? No. Oh, I feel like that just goes against what this world represents. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, so we're playing Sword Art offline. I mean, what the fuck? The hell is this?
なんだろうな、いろいろ回って宝箱を集めながらなんかその後の雰囲気を楽しんでもらうのが一番いいなと思っております。
だから、先ほど王道 RPG の匂いがするって言ってましたけど、やっぱり一番初めの始まりのシリーズでもあるわけで、王道感は結構大切にされたのかな。
プレイヤーの方には歩いていただいてる。もうドロドロですね。めっちゃドロドロなんで早くセーフティーエリア行ってあげたい。半分はネペンとか
それボスファイト。
それだけじゃない。
全然そういうわけじゃないですよ。ネペンが多いクエストであるっていうだけなので、他のクエストは他のクエスト違ういろんなものがあるんですね。はい。
結構猛攻ですね。
猛攻ですね。結構実はこれサブクエストの中では結構中盤、まあ序盤から中盤の間ぐらいのサブクエストなんで結構難しかったんじゃないかと思うんですけど、どうでしたやっていただいて。
いや割と難しかったし、あとここに行くまでもすらっていうか我々
たどり着けてないですからね。周りを遊んでたら探索してたら時間なくなってボス行けなかったって言われた。
そうなんですよ。今日さっき封印の扉みたいなのあったじゃないですか。あれと関わるギミックとかを必死にこいでやってたら。
確かに開けてたら。
I've seen that attack so many times already.
結構クエストがですね。
Guys, I'm not trying to be a hater, boys. But I don't know if this is it. It's not an MMO. Honestly, it gives me more Genshin vibes than anything. outside of the characters, like the character swaps, like you know what I mean? You just have the companions. I will say people are going to buy it just because of the name that's attached to it. But man, we are a long way away from having that virtual reality. Put the damn visor on, go off into the dream world. Boom, I'm in the game. You know. And timeline-wise, it was supposed to have already happened. What, 4 years ago or something like that? Cross, you see the supposed Souls game by Pirate Base from FromSoft? No. Probably have gods for cosmetics. Oh, this game drops the same day or a few hours before Black Flag resync. Oh, that's tough, man. That is tough, boys. GG's. I already know where we're going to be. Look, I hope the best for these devs. And by the way, I know I come off as like a dick right here. So, judging this thing, I haven't even played it. If we ever make a video game, if ours ever gets out the door, Karma should take care of it. You guys should shit on it completely as much as we shit on this. But just looking at this, I'm just not as enthusiastic about it. You get floors 1 and 2, okay, but it still would have been nice to have like that true MMORPG approach to this. But it doesn't look like that's going to be a thing. Yeah, I mean the maps. It looks like you just have these like zones that you explore. And that's okay too, because the way floors are designed, if anything, zones would make sense. But it would have been better if it was like super large zones for an MMO environment. And I think like for it to really work, you should be allowed to kill other people. Like a true Sword Art Online, like you should be allowed, should be a karma system, a karma system, and you should be allowed to kill other people. And I love the idea of like even the hardcore mode. You die. Work with other people, but you die, you have to start over a new character. The player base would tank super fast. Yeah, that's exactly what happened in SAO. Motherfuckers got to get good. Yes, I'm going to be a player killer. Yeah. I'm out of my element here. I never played anything in this genre. So look, here's what it is. It's very simple. If you watch Sword Art Online, all right, people get trapped in a video game. They didn't have to fight their way out. And the way they fight their way out is by clearing all 100 levels of this game, right? And so they're stuck inside this world for years. And during that time frame, there were the beta testers who knew all the best farm spots, at least in the earlier waves, and they abandoned all the noobs. So then all the noobs ran out there, and they were like getting shit on by like fucking rats and goblins and whatever else. And then finally, they like essentially found a beta tester who was like the worst of them all because he was selfish and all kinds of other stuff, but he really wasn't. And that being the main character from Sword Art Online. And they called him, what was it, a beater? Yeah, something like that. Anyways, it's cool because if you died in game, you died in real life. That's the premise. Very simple, but very effective. And, this is, I think the time frame in which this dropped, like 2012 or something like that when the show dropped. So it was cool as fuck. Anyway, sounds cool. I don't see how the devs think this is just okay. I doubt it's not completely obvious what we want. Why not? Why not do it? Probably scope. You know what I mean? When it comes to making a world feel... It's much easier to make the world feel large enough as a single player game or like a solo driven experience. But the moment you incorporate like MMO aspects, that's whenever you have to create a massive fucking world. Or it's just going to be run through very, very fast. Oh yeah, dying in real life would be huge. Obviously, we don't do that. But a hardcore mode would be pretty cool. Budget, instead of spending 150 million on what Cross wants, they spent 20 million on this. Sure. I'm gonna buy the game and speedrun death. Yeah. Gamers today are way too casual for a genuine SAO game and PvP like that. Dying IRL would be bricking your system today. Boy, wouldn't that be something? You play this game, you die, you get a red ring of death. Or the equivalent. Wouldn't that be? God, dog. Who would do it? No one would fucking do that. No one would play this game. That's all, you know what I mean? SAO is a roguelike MMO RPG. Nintendo would love that. Increase hardware sales. You know what I mean? Content creators would. Wealth. I've been burned too many times from SAO games. So I take it this is not anything new because they were mentioned in multiple games before. So I take it SAO has had many games attached to its name. And let me also guess. None of them quite hit. Yeah. That's a shame, dude. That's a shame. This is like game 20. None of them are like the actual anime. The only SAO game I played and enjoyed was Fatal Bullets. What is Fatal Bullets? Does that take place in Gun Gale? Oh.
Online. My name is Vince SGN. Alright, so listen, when you think of the best Sword Art Online game we've ever got, what game comes to mind for a lot of people, myself included? It's Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet. But why? What is it? Like, what literally is it about Fatal Bullet that makes it the best SAO game? Down in the comments right now, if you're one of those people who say Fatal Bullet is the best SAO game we've ever had, tell me one really good reason why that is. Now, I have a few reasons why I think that is, and why we haven't ever had one quite like Fatal Bullet, and why the other SAO games just sort of missed the mark. For me, the first reason is the visuals. I'm still, to this day, as I made this gameplay today that you're watching this, I'm still blown away after all this time at how good the game looks to me. The character models look much more like drawn anime than any other SAO game that we've ever got. I mean, Fractured Daydream, the current SAO game, comes super close to the same style, but I don't know, there's something like really like missing. There's the crucial element. I mean, I know they use the same character models, but there's just something missing. At the same time, at the same time that I was watching Fatal Bullet on like Netflix, this game had released, so I was watching the SAO Fatal Bullet season while playing this game, which was for me like living the dream of playing a new game set in the same exact universe of an anime that I was actively watching every day. Like I would watch a few episodes of SAO every day because I really loved SAO the anime. So number one to me was literally just the visuals. I loved being in a world that looked like what I was watching, and it actually looked like a really good game. And I think so too. Like there's something like it's like a content creator thing. Like, so whenever I'm playing the game and I can like pause the screen to get a screenshot for a thumbnail, I can literally see what, I mean, I guess it's not really drawing, but it looked to me like they really were drawing every scene. Like, I don't know, it was weird, and to me that made me think that this is like either a super low quality game or a super high quality game. I can't really make a decision, but it looked good to me to know that the models were broken down in this way. I don't know how else to explain it, but it was weird. All right, number 2, the skill system. It's so simple. It's basic in its simplicity. I heard somebody say that once on a show. I love the skill system. You get 4 skills on one weapon, you press left, you got another weapon, you got 4 more skills, and then to get those skills stronger, you have to use those skills in gameplay, and they get stronger. You get level 1, level 2, level 3. I just think that whole system was so basic and so easy to understand.
This game is 8 years old? Is it really?
Fun to use. Right?
It looks a bit dated.
I don't know. The skill system was just the best to me. I don't know how to sit in that. Number 3, the simple AI system. Alicization, like Horse, they tried really, really hard to improve on the AI system by making your... Bro, why? Did anybody ask for that? I mean, once you sort of figured it out, I guess it was cool. And then there were some demons out there who really put together this system of buffs and trying to do all the stuff with the skills and the AI and everything. I guess that was cool, but still, to me, that was way too much to learn. I'm very simple. I'm a simple person. I don't want to, like, have to take a college course on how to play a video game. I want to be able to get on, press buttons, and get some dope, right? And I think that SAO Fatal Bullet was really good for just giving you instant dope, right? So yeah, the skill system, AI system was perfect. You tell the bots what to do, and they did it. You set them to heal, they're going to do their best to heal you. You set them to attack, they're going to do their best to attack. You had certain bots that were better at healing, certain bots that were better at attacking, certain bots that were better at assisting. I mean, that was just a perfect system. And I think that if they make a new SAO game, or any anime game for that matter, they need to follow this model, because they could do a... What's that Luffy pirate anime that you guys like so much? Whatever that pirate ass anime. If they made an anime game like that, but used the exact same style as this, copied everything over, but instead of Sword Art Online, it was the pirate anime. It would be good. I don't like that pirate anime, by the way.
Les, you in the stream? I found someone else that thought One Piece was ass.
So number 4, easy co-op. Yeah, easy co-op. You queue up, people join your lobby, and you guys do a run together, and that was literally perfect.
All right, so yeah, I just wanted to take a look at the gameplay here, guys. I don't know. It definitely looks dated. I'll tell you that. I mean, if SAO really does produce like a true MRPG, I would probably play it. And did not age well. I'd rather play solo leveling game. There's a solo leveling game. Is it any good? Oh my God, we may have to watch this video. I created a fresh account for Destiny 2. Everything felt empty. Oh. I'm gonna take a poop first. Excuse me. I just realized I was talking and I was muted. What I was saying is I've been eating these protein bars. They're called David's. They taste really good. And they actually have great macros. I mean, the protein density is fantastic. Not many calories. But my shits here lately, they've been scary. I put it to you like this. When I'm out in the world and I randomly fart, since eating these protein bars, it's like a 50-50 chance. It ain't just a fart. And that is scary, depending on where I happen to be at that moment. I don't know. But the protein, it tastes so good, though. I will say it tastes so good. That's a liability. Getting older for sure. Can't trust those farts, my guy. Total Proxy with the massive raid. Total, thank you so much, my man. Thank you, brother. Short raid. Not damn. Guys, I hope everyone had a wonderful Mother's Day. I hope every one of you called your mothers and grandmothers and really any other woman in your life that has been a positive influence. Tell them thank you. My mom is dead. Thanks for reminding me. Can I just be real? There are actually people in this stream right now who actually have had mothers who's passed away. So, and I'm just saying that's kind of a low blow. Also, doesn't mean you can't still talk to her. Can you be my mommy cross? Yeah, I'm not really the maternal type, but you know, I guess so. With Ouija, yeah. I gotta say, man, sometimes when I gaze upon the shit that I see on Reddit and Twitter and other places, in regards to the Destiny and Marathon community, and then I come in here, I go, it makes sense now. Social media was a mistake. Okay, hold on. Before we get into this video, if social media was a mistake to you, you know you don't have to use it, right? You know what I'm saying? You could. Can I tell you what I've done? Makes my life a lot better. And it's not you have your own ways doing it. I keep everything off my phone. Like no Twitter, no Facebook, no Instagram, none of that stuff. If I have to access it, I might get on my computer to do it. That's not the point, though. You'll never convince the current generation that there's a whole world to see outside of social media. I don't give a fuck about the current generation. Who even is quote unquote current? You know where I'm coming from? No, for real. People always bring this up. They're like, you know, your own, you know, individual issues is somehow shared with everyone else. It's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit if you ever see anything outside of your home, as if that's going to bother me. You know, we're talking about like quality of life and stuff like that in terms of health and shit like that. I don't give a shit if you eat like ass. Blow up to 600 pounds. You can't even fucking pick your arm up to brush your teeth. Give a fuck? Do it. Fucking do it. It's your life, man. I don't give a shit. Just don't blame me. That's your decision. Ain't my decision. Okay, I will do it. Fucking do it. I'm going to sit here and be like, well, collectively, you know, the society has fucked us to this point. Social media has led us here. Who led you here? They fucking lead me here. Fuck that. Cross made me eat a whole pizza. I blame Cross for being 600 pounds. Cross just put the fries in the bag. Look. All I'm saying is, you know, everybody's like, oh no, this is tearing down the fabric of society. Brother, that's just less competition. Hold on, no. I feel for my fellow man and woman, but you know what I mean? Social media tearing down the fabrics of society. Okay, all right. We got some, you know, eliminating the competition, I suppose. I find that when you're on social media, things seem way more dire than what it actually is. And then when you do, in fact, go out into the real world, you'll notice that many people want the same things you want. Mostly. You know, there's some definitely psychotic ones, but most people want the same things you want. Most people enjoy the same things you enjoy. And you actually have a lot, we all have a lot in common with each other. What I don't have in common with is, you know, there are people, and some of you probably seen this too. There are people in this world that that really want to find an ailment. Really want to find an ailment. Really want to point at this or that has done them wrong. And believe me, there are injustices in the world. Trust me. Fucking trust me. There are. But you know, sometimes you just gotta fucking get on that shit, man. Because just focusing on that all the time, 24/7, ain't gonna make life better. $4.99 a gallon for gas is a travesty. Cross, I disagree. I see my cousins give their toddlers iPads from 3 to 4 years old, neglecting mental health, etc. Let me tell you something. You go have your own fucking kids and you run your own show. Tell me how it goes. I'm just being straight with you. There are ways to parent your kids, but everybody has their own way and every kid is different. Okay? You go have your own kids. I put it to you like this. I don't necessarily have iPad kids. However, yesterday on the plane ride back, next to us sat 2 kids on their iPads. And they were so good. So good. They were sitting there drawing on their iPad, painting. One little girl was watching this little cute show. And I'm like, wow. Meanwhile, my kids are jumping on top of my fucking head like it's a goddamn jungle gym. All right? My daughter's sitting there beating her chest. Okay? I got the guy in front of her who she's done kicked his chair over and over to the point where me and this guy, I thought we were literally about to get into it. Because it's like, look, I know she's fucking kicked your chair. I'm sorry. I'm handling it as best I can. But she's a mad girl. I don't know what the fuck, you know where I'm coming from? I can only do so much right now. In that moment, I thought to myself, fuck the whole naturally raising your kid thing. Because Rika's real big on that. She's like, no iPad. It emotionally stunts them. Let me put it to you this way. I will never get on another plane again with my children unless we have a fucking iPad. Okay? I don't give a fuck. All right? You know what? If it stunts their emotional growth, so be it. They'll figure it out. You know what I'm coming from? Go through therapy, I suppose. I don't know the fuck to tell you. Also, I also just don't like the idea that kids are just so frail. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, you do something, you know, like something happens You tell a kid no to something and the frailty of them, oh my Lord, is just going to ruin their childhood or ruin them. Man, there was no diplomacy when I was a kid. There was ass, belt to ass. That's what the diplomacy was. You don't like it? Belt to ass. Oh, you want to cry? Let me give you a reason to cry. You know what I mean? There was no like fucking like, what do you want to do today, child? No. It was, this is what's going to happen today. And if you don't like it, belt to ass. Today, we approach parenting a lot differently. We'll see how it works out. We'll see how it works out. But the point is I wouldn't judge the parents that are putting iPads in front of their kids. Everyone's got, now granted, the kid that sits at home 12, 14 hours a day on their iPad, that's a problem. You know what I mean? But fuck it, dude. Y'all have to live with those repercussions. I don't give a shit. You want to put your kid... Actually, I do give a shit about that. Kids have no control over that. Don't fuck your kids up. All right? You want to do something else to your own life, that's one thing. But, you know, I mean, you got to be right with your kids. Back up there real quick. iPad kids are frail. Their whole life is on that screen. Well, I tell you this, man. Have your own kids. Do your own thing. You know, don't judge too harshly. And see how it goes, man. And look, like when we say back in our day, yeah, we may have had some moments back in our day. But the previous generation before us, you know, they most likely had it harder. And the previous generation before them most likely had the previous generation fucking fought in World War II. So it's like, you know, and lived through I mean, imagine being the generation that lived through the Depression. You're like, all right, that generation grew up. They lived through the Depression. Okay. Then they go fight in World War II. Good chance they also fought in North Korea. You know what I mean? It's like, damn. The Dust Bowl. All kinds of stuff, dude. Now, this past generation, they're going to grow up. It's going to be like, oh, you made it through COVID. And don't get me wrong, COVID was, well, obviously a lot of people died from COVID. But there was also a lot of people that just partied their fucking asses off. People in Florida, they partied like it was fucking 1999. Man, they partied so damn much. Titanic with the 3 months. Thank you so much. Made it through COVID on Megalo. I party hard as fuck. We went through 9/11, COVID, 2008 financial disaster. Yeah, everybody made it. Everybody, or I guess, obviously some people didn't make it, but you guys here right now, you made it, you know? So, yeah. The hantavirus is coming. Man, that shit is overblown. Ain't no way. 100% overblown. I don't know how you say it. The hantavirus, right? That's how you say it. That's what you're going to get hung up right now. If everything here is, you're going to get hung up on how I say hantavirus. I don't know. How do you say it? What's the correct pronunciation? It's not overblown. It's just covered up. I got a hentai virus in my computer right now. Stop it. Only bad if you like sniffing rat shit. They already got 2 people in Texas. It's over. I don't know. I guess I can't say never, man. I remember sitting in a room full of doctors. I was at a bachelor party for my buddy. It's 2020. Everybody's getting nice and drunk. And we were it was like the first month that COVID was really even being talked about. And I was like, so, y'all think this COVID thing is going to be a big deal? And they were like, nah, man, that ain't nothing. That shit, it ain't nothing, dude. And then it ended up being what it was. The hantavirus. Okay. That's exactly what I said, right? Yeah. They were saying the same shit at PAX East 2020. Airport shut down 4 days later. Yeah, man. Hasn't the flu killed more people than COVID, though? Look, I think the thing about COVID was that, yes, there were people that would catch COVID and would be completely fine for the most part, have some symptoms and move on. But I personally knew people that caught COVID and it beat the shit out of them. And then knew people that had caught COVID in their 30s, seemed healthy. Now, granted, I don't know what other elements they may have had, but at least from what I know, surface level seemed healthy, and it killed them. And it killed them fast, dude. And so, like, you know, I think that was kind of the scary thing about it. It was just like, some people would just fuck you up. Some people just fuck you up. I caught him, was 100% fine. Yeah. I think the thing that kind of annoyed me was like there are people that, you know, had COVID, didn't have hardly any symptoms, and then they walked away from it and they're just like, fake disease, fake virus. And it's like, no, that's great. I'm glad that you didn't have any symptoms. You did good. You know what I mean? Good for you. But it's obvious like this virus does fuck some people up. It fucks them up bad. I had it. It was just a flu. Yes, old people and those with health issues. No, my brother had a boss that he worked for. His boss was 38, 2 kids and a wife. Really nice guy. Fairly healthy, man. And I think he used to be a smoker, but was currently at the time not a smoker. He got it, and within a week was dead. It killed him so fast, dude. And like the symptoms, just like it went from he's showing some signs. It was like, you know, the next day it was like, okay, we're bringing him to the hospital right now because the signs are definitely worsening. And then it just fucking escalated dead. And so, and that guy was only 38. You know what I mean? Friend of a friend we knew, young history teacher, died 6 months after recovering from COVID due to complications from COVID. Survival of the fittest. I mean, everybody always talks, you know, you may say shit like that. That's also extremely insensitive. But to those 2 girls that lost their dad, that was their daddy, and they lost their father. And so I can promise you they're not sitting there thinking survival of the fittest. They're probably asking a lot of questions like why and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So I got COVID. Only thing was I couldn't taste anything. I caught COVID, and I think I was recovering just fine, but then I decided to watch The Witcher Season 2, and I think that actually made me feel worse than COVID. So my recovery got extended by at least another week. Shit was awful. I was like, I'm fucking sick right now. I guess I'll watch a TV show. And I was like, I'll watch Witcher season 2, sure. And like the first episode, I was like, all right, it's kind of good. Kind of good. Not great, but kind of good. And then it just went downhill from there. It was like every episode I'm sitting there, I'm just like, holy shit. This is awful. I fucking feel terrible. This is making me worse. Witcher season 2 will kill you faster than any disease. No, I have not watched season 3 or 4. I got COVID, and man, that shit zapped my energy so badly, which sucked because we had a newborn. Yeah, I think kids is where I get really concerned about all that stuff. Consider yourself lucky. Oh, indeed, man. I do all the time. Goliath with the 30 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, but the hantavirus, I mean, I'll keep up with it, guys, I guess. I just kind of feel like it's overblown, huh? You know? It's always rats, man. I'm telling you, it's always fucking rats. God, dog. Rats and feces. Rats or bats, sure. It did, Doc. It did, man. We can't have another lockdown and no Destiny. If anything, Destiny would probably get updates then. My job has so much rat shit everywhere. It's a miracle I haven't caught this virus. Where do you work? Where do you work with all the rat shit? I miss COVID traffic. Dude, COVID traffic was pretty nice. I'm not saying that I liked COVID. COVID flying during COVID? Fantastic. Oh my God. That's so much space. Oh my Lord. Have the whole damn road to yourself. Oh. COVID sucked for us in the concert industry. Oh, I bet. I bet. Every game was popping off. Every game was popping off, so many of them stopped development too. So it's like the games that were out, we're just seeing steady increases in numbers. Destiny did fantastic during COVID. Everybody was at home playing video games and trading stocks. Everybody suddenly became a stockbroker. Y'all remember that? Everyone was trading stocks. I saw people going live, and it was like at like fucking 9:30 show what stocks they were trading. Not me. I was essential. Cross changed the background. Yeah, I play a little bit of Warzone. Beyond Light came out that year, which is dope. All right, let's watch this video.
Not because it was difficult. This was a rough video to make. Not because it was difficult to actually play Destiny 2, but it's because of what happened to this game and the franchise that I once loved. It's like checking in on an old friend who had some problems, but you knew they had potential, only to see them continuously falter at every single chance to improve. But it makes me sad, the unrealized potential of this franchise and where it's at now. And while it's bad for endgame players like myself, rather than boot up Destiny 2 one last time on my main character, I figured what is it actually like for someone looking to get into the franchise right now with no knowledge or prior experience of the games. Throughout this video, I will be comparing it to the predecessor Destiny 1 and even earlier years of Destiny 2 to see how much we have regressed. I have heard stories for months, if not years, that the new player experience was not only poorly received by a large portion of the community, but that it had a reputation of deterring new players away incredibly quickly with how it's structured, leaving out massive amounts of simple information, let alone more complex systems, and being downright boring. And as someone who just ran through the New Light experience on an account without any paid DLC, I'm going to give my full thoughts about this, and what better time than now to give an opinion. Hello again everybody. I love Destiny, as it has been a part of my life for about 11 years now, and it's just sad to see what's happened in my favorite franchise. I wanted to do something different and take a look at the new player experience and see what it's actually like today. So if you could please like and subscribe, and let's get right into it. After creating a fresh burner account and going through all the social signups, I decided to pick Titan, my least played class, and we are introduced to an 8-minute long cutscene, giving us a basic rundown of events and the general premise of the universe.
This is rough.
And we launched colony ships to settle worlds beyond our own. This was our golden age.
This cutscene, while it could be better, gets the job done quite nicely, I'd say. But the only problem I have is, it hasn't exactly been updated since Witch Queen's release, so a lot of information is outdated and left out by this point, which we will see throughout the actual game and quest as well, with a lot of things just being stuck in time and never really updated to the current systems.
Guardian? Eyes up, Guardian. It worked. You're alive. You don't know how long I've been looking for you.
After being resurrected and running into the Cosmodrome, the first thing I noticed was there are some interesting visual glitches happening with the Ghost and the Fallen models. Not to mention the overall atmosphere and textures somehow look worse than Destiny 1, and you can tell it's been changed drastically from what it used to be. Upon fighting the Fallen again for the first time, I am quickly reminded of just how snappy and responsive the gunplay feels, and why it is still some of the best gunplay in the entire industry. Running out into the Divide, I'm tasked with killing some Fallen and a Walker, which we dispose of promptly, no big deal. After clearing out some more Fallen, We then meet up with Generic Guardian 1, who tells us we should head back to the tower. You know, the smart thing to do since we kinda just came back from the dead not even 5 minutes ago. But our ghost, insistent on helping, convinces Generic Guardian 1 to let us help him. And after giving some speech about how he wants us to stay near and for him to keep eyes on us, he just transmats away just like that. We just got out of the grave. Why is he teleporting away from us? Shouldn't he like make sure we don't die? Okay. After acquiring another weapon, the SMG, I am again reminded of just how damn good the gameplay is, as we are required to kill more Fallen to boost radio signal. The first quest in the tutorial is going to see us running all over the Cosmodrome, which also has a lot of backtracking in between these wide open spaces where literally nothing is going on. But it's just so weird to me they thought this would be the perfect tutorial for new players, because as I've said, there's literally nothing going on.
No.
It's just you running back and forth between certain points, kill some Fallen, and run around again.
It's so empty.
After making it to the top of the Skywatch, I run into a powered barrier where we need access codes for, so we are then ordered by Generic Guardian 1 to go out and get access codes from designated points, the points that we literally just ran past. Okay, no big deal. Sure, why not? So after more running back and forth, it's starting to get really old really fast, and this is just the starter mission. But after finally acquiring the codes, we break through the barrier. And after more exposition from our ghost, who cannot be quiet for more than 1 minute.
This is a powerful surge of arc energy. Whatever's causing it, even transmats won't get through right now. Eye contact. Darkness is suffocating my light.
We are introduced to the Hive. And I feel as though that the Hive could have been introduced in a later tutorial mission because it kind of just seems a little bit rushed to already be introducing us to a new enemy faction off the bat. But I guess if it speeds up the new light experience to get players into the real endgame, that's fine with me. So after fighting through some Hive, we see that another Guardian, which I will name Generic Guardian 2, is unfortunately about to take their last breath, as we fail to save them in time. Generic Guardian 1 orders us back to the camp, and after doing a mind-numbingly easy meditation mission, which requires us to do a lot of running across the Cosmodrome, using abilities that we've already been told how to use, we unlock our next mission. What I don't understand is, if we were using our abilities this entire time up until this point, why did they feel the need to add another mission, just letting us use the exact same abilities over and over again? It kind of just feels like it was put in to pad out the runtime for a tutorial. But after speaking with Generic Guardian 1 again, he requires us to collect some Fallen data scraps for something. He's not exactly too explicit on what it is. Okay, after killing...
Notice it just literally just hands you blue gear right out the gate.
Some more Fallen and collecting data fragments, we are, I shit you not, handed a legendary weapon and an exotic weapon within the first 20 minutes of gameplay. This is my problem with this game. I have been playing for 20 minutes. I've already got...
It's fucking crazy, dude. We just literally played through Destiny 1. I didn't get my first exotic until 15 hours into the game. I didn't get normal, like, purple drops, like, on a regular basis until, like, 20 hours.
Gotten a purple and an exotic. Within 20 minutes, we completely skip past grays and greens, and we're already onto purples and exotics. That is just so asinine to me. I literally just ran around killing low-level Fallen in a patrol zone and was handed a legendary and an exotic for doing basically nothing. And that's one of my biggest problems with this game. Stuff like this just kind of devalues the loot in a looter shooter, because this isn't the first time we're going to be given exotics and legendaries for doing basically nothing. Heading towards the last array in a remixed version of Destiny 1's array mission, we activate the comms array and hold off against the Hive. And throughout this entire mission, it has become extremely apparent to me how stupidly easy this all feels and is. It is so easy. There were times where I stopped moving out in the open and went on my phone, and I couldn't even be brought down below 2/3 of my health. Why did they feel the need to make it this easy? I had just played through this mission back in Destiny 1, and you were onslaughted with enemies. Yep. In this game, they send one ship at a time at you, and somehow this mission just feels worse. After getting the comms array dish online,
I think I
head
even
back to the
died doing
camp where
this
we see
mission.
Generic Guardian 1 has left to go fight a wizard that just so happened to kill 2 of his friends. So I don't exactly know how the hell he thought he could do it by himself. Like, you wanted our help, and you let us go off on our own to go fight them originally, but now all of a sudden it's too dangerous for us. So I don't exactly know why the hell he thought this was a good idea in the first place. But now we have to head to the Forgotten Shore to go rescue Generic Guardian 1. Oh, and we are handed another legendary weapon before the mission starts. As I make my way towards the Forgotten Shore on a Sparrow this time, the glitches and bugs are starting to appear more and more, and I couldn't even tell you what is happening right here or why all these orbs are here in the first place. But it causes my game to lag extremely hard when I walk over to it. What the fuck is going on over here? Is this game even being upkept anymore? Another thing you may have noticed is just how dead this patrol area feels. There's literally nobody here except for the occasional guardian. So after interacting with the next mission beacon, we then have to head back the exact same way we just came from not even 2 minutes ago, to go grab some floating sparks in the air, and I could not tell you why. And after fighting Navoda for the first time, which I will say is actually quite interesting, even if it is still a little too easy, we then rescue Generic Guardian 1, who then gives us this whole sad spiel, along with our ghost, who is seriously starting to aggravate me because he will not stop talking.
I can feel the arc light coursing through this. No wonder the Vanguard want to make a weapon with it. Let's head back to camp and then the last city. Home.
We then return to camp where we are given a ship, but not before an advertisement for the final shape shoved in my face for the 4th fucking time at this point. Yes, within the span of 30 minutes, I have had an advertisement for the final shape blasted on my screen for the 4th time in a row. If this is really how Bungie wants to advertise their DLCs by shoving it in people's faces every time they interact with Generic Guardian 1, then no wonder why a bunch of new players left the game before they even got started to begin with. After a brief intermission and a cool cutscene showing the tower, we arrive and it is just completely dead. We arrive at the tower, and our ghost will just not stop talking by this point, and it's just rambling on and on and on.
Let's start by registering your jump ship.
Talking with NPCs that aren't even alive anymore in the story and are just going to disappear after this tutorial, we then reach a security checkpoint where I shit.
Dude, what's up with Amanda? Like, why do we even talk to her? Why is she even a part of this?
You not. We need to wait for about a minute before we can pass through. All while the ghost tells me about all this exposition rather than actually just showing it to me through cutscenes or gameplay. You may have also noticed that the tower is also just completely dead. There's nobody here, and I'm not sure if it's because I'm in my own instance or if there are actually supposed to be people here. But I promise you, this won't be the only time where the tower feels dead or empty, because I went at least 3 more times throughout my video, and there was still only 2 or 3 people here. So after running around the tower...
So what this... the contrast to this is the first time you load into the Destiny 1 tower, which you've seen us play, you've probably seen other people play. When you first load into the D1 tower, man, like the D1 tower was just such a vibe. You got other players walking around. You got the ships loading up right to like the front area there. And it just feels alive. The D1 tower feels alive. And I'm not saying that there aren't levels to the D2 tower that feels alive, primarily during events, but it just doesn't have the same level of presence as the D1 tower has.
Or going back.
How old is this video? Traveler's still above the last city. That's the New Light experience, my man.
Back and forth between NPCs and getting more menus and legendaries blasted onto my screen.
Yeah.
I then have the season pass advertised to me.
Yes.
And I wish I was kidding. And would you look at that, guys? $10 and you get an exotic right off the bat. Or you can do a long and strenuous grind until you hit level 70, where you then get access to it. For free, of course. Talking to the man Zavala, rest in peace Lance Redrick, we are then given the strike, the disgrace, to go kill Navoda. So after going into a queue for about 3 minutes, I finally found a team that was already at the door of the boss, so I ended up skipping out pretty much the entirety of the strike except for the final boss. But that doesn't matter, because I am once again reminded of just how damn good the gameplay is. And as my first time playing a Sunbreaker Titan, it feels incredible. And after reaching Navoda's chamber...
I'm gonna say this. If Destiny's gameplay wasn't so fucking good, this game, we would have all quit it so many years ago. Like the narrative has been, you know, it's been hit or miss. Even on some levels of like the sandbox, whether it's static, subclass, double primary, but from like a fundamental standpoint, Destiny really does have some really damn good gameplay.
I have to say, I do like this area a lot more in Destiny 2 than in Destiny 1. It's way more spacious and with way more room for enemies to come in and swarm the players. But during my fight with Navoda, I realized something. Even this strike is just way too damn easy. And here's the thing, the two people I was with were both blueberry hunters who didn't exactly know what to do, so they just sat in the back of the map shooting with their primary weapons. And even still, this just felt way too easy. Why? The only real enemies that spawned in here were just thralls and Navoda herself, and I still felt no challenge or fear for my life at all. Why did they feel the need to make it this stupid easy?
Again, in contrast to Destiny 1, you would get shit on. You know what I mean? Like, it was a fight, brother. You actually needed to hit multiple missions to make sure you were leveled up for things.
You had the Devil's Lair in Destiny 1, which was a required level 8 strike, and even at level 10...
It's a strike, not a dungeon? Exactly. And in D1, even just the strikes would put it on you. Even just loading into the base level strikes on a given destination would put it on you.
With a squad of 3 people, it was still challenging, and that was one of the first strikes you got access to. But after killing Navoda, Legendaries just ran onto the floor, and I am tasked with returning to the tower and talking to Zavala, letting him know we've completed the mission. Loading back into the tower, I am the only person here aside from 2 other people interacting with their vaults, and it just feels so empty. So after talking to Zavala, I then head to the European Dead Zone to go talk to Devrim Cray, where he then sends me to the Cosmodrome to pick up a Risk Runner, my 3rd exotic within the hour. After retracing my steps into the Cosmodrome wall and doing a pretty cool parkour section, the ghost once again is talking non-stop. And instead of being able to skip dialogue, because of course you can't, I decided to just take off my headphones and listen to a YouTube video on my phone until the quest was over. And you can call it petty, sure, I can definitely understand that. But when the ghost talks non-stop about the dumbest shit that I don't care about right now, and with just how annoying his overall cadence is, also I gotta say the ghost talks way too freaking much for my taste, man. I'm more of a type of show don't tell when it comes to story, and it's just exposition after exposition. He just doesn't shut up. I'm still pissed that we chose the Ghost over Cade in the final Shapes ending. After finally acquiring Risk Runner and entering a little combat arena to go test it out against some Fallen, I complete the quest and am then brought to orbit with zero indication on what to do next. And as I looked through my quest, the only one I had was for the Edge of Fate, the paid expansion's first mission, which I was not going to be doing. I was also bombarded with menus upon menus upon menus upon menus, to the point that I started to get a headache from how ridiculously convoluted this all was. And do you guys remember how simple the menus were back in Destiny 1? Where you could literally see everything the game has to convey to you within 2 to 3 tabs. Because I sure do, because I've been playing Destiny 1 non-stop lately. And that was just so much simpler and more concise. So after exiting all of my menus and then being introduced to some free-to-play playlists, this is the part of my recording where it really just solidified that I had to make a video on this. And I just wanted to make it very clear, this is gameplay from years ago, just to give you guys something to actually visualize, instead of just staring at a blank loading screen the entire time. I tried to queue up for Crucible and Strike matches for multiple minutes at a time, and I was only able to find one Crucible match within 5 minutes of searching, while occasionally getting error code beavered. And every Strike I tried to join would just put me in by myself. And for reference, if I hopped on a Destiny 1 right now, I would be finding matches for both of these activities within a minute, and I'm not even exaggerating. And that's not even mentioning Gambit, where I wasn't even able to find a match within 5 minutes. So I had to let that one go. And if this was the new player experience today, let alone all along, then it's no wonder why so many people quit this game early on. It's just a completely confusing mess. And as I said, if you're a free-to-play player, you're going to roughly have access to about 5% of the actual game. And if you want to do the activities associated with the DLCs, you need to buy the entire DLC. Even then, you might not even be able to find anyone for the activity you're queuing up for. And before I round up my thoughts on Destiny 2 currently and the overall new player experience, I want to show you guys my raw, unfiltered commentary of the portal, because this is my first time actually seeing this since I quit Destiny after I completed Vesper's Host. As I wrap this video up, one of the most annoying things I've found is this portal. This has to be the worst thing I've ever seen in this game. It looks like a Hulu subscription-based model It just feels so unintuitive and mobile game-like. It is actually insane. I need to have Renegades to play this.
Oh my god, dude. He said it was like Hulu. Holy fuck. Preach. Forsaken with the 26 months. Thank you so much. No, I'm not disagreeing. I am not disagreeing. It's interesting to get his take since he didn't play it at Edge of Fate. Or Renegade's playing it now. And so not quite a new player, of course, because he's played a lot of Destiny beforehand, but still, it's still good to get this take.
Speak with Lord Shax, yeah. I just...
Captain! With that 50 gifted subs! My God, Captain. You come in here, you throw it down. You put down 50 gifted subs in this stream. Chat, please drop some love for this man. GG's, my dude. GG's.
It's like, it's just such a nightmare to navigate. It's actually pissing me off. Oh, and more sub-menus within sub-menus. This is just ridiculous. As I said in my last video, this is probably the last time I'm going to play.
This cracks me up. It's got Renegades. And get it now. And it's just constantly highlighting. Oh Lord.
Play Destiny 2. I wasn't even planning on making this video, but I came back because I've been playing Destiny 1 for 2 months, and the amount of quality that is in that game 10 years later is actually baffling. And it sucks because the gameplay is absolutely phenomenal. I just like the layout of the Destiny 1 subclasses more, but this is arguably better. But it's like, it doesn't feel like what a lot of people who love Destiny play for. It just feels so different now. Like they don't know what the vision is. They don't know what they're doing. You can go all the way back and start, and it's like, yeah, these like main expansions, including the aren't even in the game anymore.
Yeah.
You have to go to a third party like YouTube to go watch this. And if I booted up Destiny 1, which I have, I could play every single campaign in one sitting, and I would know what's going on. This is just like all over the place. You have seasons that are missing, DLCs that are missing, content that's missing. But you've just taken what everybody's loved about this game and just stripped it apart to its like base. It's sad. I don't think there's any other word I could put it. It's just hollow and it just feels sad. And that's probably the last time I'm going to play this game, which is sad. I even made a fresh account just to see. I hate this so much, man. This, like, it just looks like Star Wars. Like, what happened to the identity of Destiny? Confusing, empty, and depressing. That was my overall experience within the first 2 hours of playing on a fresh account. I really didn't run into anybody brand new, and I could barely find games for a majority of the activities I queued into. And this was on a Sunday afternoon, and I was constantly bombarded with obtuse menus, tips and hints, and the downright unintuitive portal. And not to mention just how many advertisements kept getting shown to me regularly. And while at its core, the gameplay of Destiny 2 is undeniably phenomenal, the rest of the entire game feels incomplete and stitched together, so much so that I couldn't stop seeing remnants of old content no longer accessible to players, such as the Red War all the way up to Forsaken's campaign. But overall, I find it extremely hard to justify any new players spending any more time and money on this game. And this is coming from somebody with hundreds of hours on this game and thousands more in Destiny 1. I don't recommend Destiny 2 at all just because of how incomplete and stitched together it all feels. And I would actually recommend Destiny 1 right now because that is not only having a gigantic population resurgence, but it feels like a complete game with systems that I would arguably say are better than some of Destiny 2's systems. I don't mean this to insult anybody playing Destiny 2 still or waiting until the June update, but I just honestly don't see anything good happening within the coming months or even years for this franchise, if drastic steps are not taken to course correct this game. But it's going to be an uphill battle that I really don't see Bungie being able to pull off currently or at all. And with the overall player sentiment of people still playing Destiny and the overall gaming community at large being extremely negative and toxic towards Destiny, it just makes me feel sad about a franchise that I once—
Dude, no fucking. That guy's name is Ring One. Oh, that's against Frostball. Oh, man. The balls on these guys.
It just makes me feel sad about a franchise that I once loved so much. And I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that any other
guy's name is Megan Fox.
Developer would have done everything that they can to appease their core audience while continuing to grow the game and make it feel incredible for everybody to jump into still, such as Warframe and The Division. With Warframe still being updated consistently with high quality content, along with the Division franchise that is getting its third installment before Destiny gets a third fucking game. And as much as I love The Division, hearing that they are getting a third game before Destiny does seriously just pisses me off so bad. Because while I enjoy Marathon's gameplay, coming from Bungie, it was the wrong game for the wrong fanbase. Sony, or if anybody high up is seeing this video, I think it is safe to say that the entirety of the gaming world as a whole wants Destiny to succeed so much. Because Destiny is a franchise, when I look at it, I see so much more potential for growth in not only its gameplay, but its activities and storytelling. Where when I look at Marathon, all I see is an extraction shooter that literally any other company could have made. And I see no reason as to why Marathon, that took 6 years to develop, $250 million in cost, along with marketing costs that aren't specified, was only able to release 4 maps, a handful of characters, and 1 mode, that being the extraction mode. Which just feels like a side game mode for an overall bigger Bungie game that just never got made. Sorry about that rant, guys, but as you could tell, I'm very passionate about Destiny, and I have been for 11 years, throughout all its ups and downs. And while I seriously believe the way forward for Bungie to go all in on the Destiny franchise, whether that be a Destiny 1 remastered, Destiny Classic, actually fixing and adding all the content that was removed from Destiny 2, or getting Destiny 2 into a playable enough state so that they can coast off to make Destiny 3, it seems that all of these options are extremely unlikely as of now. So yeah, the state of this franchise just makes me feel depressed. And obviously I'm being a bit dramatic on the depression part, but I mean damn. There's just no other game that hits as hard as Destiny, and it sucks to see such talent wasted. Anyway guys, that's gonna be it for me today. Let me know down below if you guys have played Destiny 2 or Destiny 1 in recent months or even days, and how you feel about things currently, because I honestly do not know. Please make sure to like and subscribe, as your guys' support has been absolutely incredible, and stay tuned for my next video, where I do my first Destiny 1 raid in over 10 years. Peace out, everybody.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels this way. You know. And I think he said it really well in regards to Marathon. And it's not us trying to be hateful toward Marathon. It's just, you know, Destiny is just better. You know what I mean? Just through and through. There was nothing here mentioned on a proposed solution. Loco, here's the thing. I'd rather just keep playing Bungie's bullshit portal solutions than read another one of your dissertations. Damn! Shit! Loco, you can go make a YouTube video. I'll watch it. Go make a YouTube video with your proposed solutions for Destiny 2. I'll give it a watch. I like the portal. See, this is why I want a Destiny Classic. I want the people with the shit ideas and the shit opinions to stay in D2 land, where everything is given to you. And the rest of us can go to a Destiny Classic. Loco, I'm sure this is going to lead to you wanting to propose solutions. Llamas had videos. See, that's my issue, Loco. Loco, say it with your chest. Punish literally just replied and you said Llama had the best ideas when it came to fixing the portal. And you replied, Llama's solution is pipe dreams and not realistic. Just say what you're really trying to say. I, Loco, want to be heard. I, Loco, made tweets. People complain, tweet too long. People don't want to read said tweets. People that did read tweets said tweet was ass. People talk shit about this tweet. And I'm telling you, go make a video on this. You can go make a video on this. Cockroach with the 10 gifted subs. Cockroach, thank you so much for the big 10 gifted. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants. What was feasible is that Bungie could have made a D3 instead of a marathon. I fucking Les always steers it back. Les is like that old lady, man. You know what I mean? You could have fucked up, messed up, and just when you think you're getting over the hump and things are getting right, he just jabs it right there. Ah! You remember when you fucked up? You remember how you fucked up? Where you fucked up? What you were wearing when you fucked up? He is correct. Cross, run some marathon games right now. I bet you don't get it installed. Cross, let's get some marathon. I will play less. I'll play some Deadlock with you. I'm not going to play marathon. Yep. Yeah, I got nothing against marathon. Marathon really, I actually do feel bad for marathon players. Some of them are genuinely excited about marathon, just wanted to play marathon. Here they are. They're in this like weird world here where they the new bitch and they think that they special, but they only exist just to make us jealous. That's it. That's fucking it. It ain't any other way. Stop talking like that. It's fucking true. It's fucking true. Marathon's like, ooh, Bungie loves me. No, they don't. They fucking love you. They just try to piss us off. You're just working. It's working, goddammit. It's all right. That's why we got Tyrone on speed dial, aka Warframe. You hate that game? I don't hate that game. I fucking love Warframe. You know what Warframe does? They keep their community happy. You know how they do that? They listen to the community. Yeah. Who would have thought? But even beyond that, they add the things the community want. You know? Low blow cross. I'm just stating it how it is, boys. I'm just stating it how it is. And the game is also super accessible. I will say this. I've also played through the New Light experience for Destiny 2, and it is awful. It is abysmal. All it really is just Bungie trying to sell you the game. Or in expansions. That's really all it is. Or season passes. If you were completely new to the Destiny, or Destiny as a whole, you've never played Destiny before, and Destiny 2 is your first Destiny experience at this point, like 2026. I think the only thing you can walk away from is like, damn, they really want my money. You know, that's just really the thing that that it really throws at you. Now, granted, to play Destiny 1, you actually had to pay up front. So maybe that's why. Maybe you know where I'm coming from. But a lot of what I don't like is inside of D2 New Light is you are just given loot right out the gate. And I think that breaks the rarity structure of loot within Destiny. And Bungie's solution to this is, well, even legendary drops aren't really legendary drops because there's 5 versions of legendaries. There's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, right? But that, it's just like, whoa. You know, that doesn't mean you should have replaced green, blues, whites, things like that. It's not all about the cheaters. The loot and the small content offering marathon is an issue too. I'm down, Zelda. They want people to jump in and play with their friends instantly. They do. The way Destiny 2 New Light is designed is to immediately just jump into the new shit. That's why, like, you see, like, the, you know, get it now for Renegade, stuff like that. It's to immediately jump into the new stuff with your friends. Problem? The friends that were the diehards that were playing all the time, they quit. They quit a long time ago. So what happens whenever the old players, the old friends, are no longer actively playing? Well, you better have a good onboarding experience. And it better be organic. And it better be a way for people to be on the same page narratively and to be introduced into your world in a compelling way that actually makes you want to break out thy American Express or whatever the fuck your credit card is. And the reality is that's just not present in Destiny 2. And also the reality is it hasn't been present in Destiny 2 for a very long time. This is a problem we knew we were always going to have to face. And Bungie was relying on the veteran player, the friends, if you will, to still rope that other friend back in. And we're just no longer at that point anymore. And that's why these issues, which have been around for a very long time, by the way, but that's why they're so magnified now. Warframe features some of the worst storytelling I've experienced in a video game. Look, not everything in Warframe story beats are like S tier, but I think it's very, very good. And I think that's, especially their main story beats are fantastic. And the other side of things is it's in the game. It's present. A lot of stories are told via mission structures, but it's at least in a game. And you can experience throughout from beginning to end. It's a decent story, but it's a lot. I don't have an issue with something being a lot. You know where I'm coming from? Like, I think that's okay. If I could just pay attention, I guess. Watch some lore videos. The J Shadow update's fixing to be gas? Yeah. You could say the same about Destiny. No, you can't experience the narrative inside of Destiny. When I say the story might be a lot in Warframe, what I'm saying is because they have so much in all of their missions and all of their campaigns and whatnot, you may be overwhelmed with the amount of information. Therefore, if you need someone to help you through the lore of the universe, you go watch a couple YouTube videos. Destiny's problem is a lack of information, as it's non-existent, as in those campaigns are no longer there, as in huge blocks of information are gone. And therefore, the only thing you could possibly rely on is maybe Bife and Mylan and a few other lore guys. Do you guys think Destiny 3 can get expedited if Sony splits up all the work amongst a bunch of other studios, Sony Studios and Bungie? I just don't see that happening, bud. You know what I mean? I don't see. It's a good thought, but I don't see that happening. I don't. Well, the reason why is like, I actually think Sony looks at Destiny right now and they're like, you know, it's in maintenance mode, and their biggest concern right now is Marathon dying. I don't think that's how it works, TBH. It can work that way. Activision definitely helps. Activision, Vicarious Vision, High Noon. I mean, like, other studios stepped in to... Why do you think we got Forsaken the way we got it? We got Forsaken the way we got it. That whole year of content was so dense. It's because you had multiple studios helping out with that. I've realized recently that I very much dislike that Marathon 2026 got made. Game is mostly just a menu clicker with about 20% of the time actually enjoying the game. I think Marathon is about in line with other extractions. You know, that doesn't make it better. But I think that that's just kind of the extraction world, you know. It's poorly designed, in my opinion, as a longtime Tarkov player. It's missing the important elements. Stein, what would you say? Give me 2 elements that is missing. Cross, what are you going to do if the June update is a send-off and no more Destiny afterwards? Nothing I can do, man. You know what I mean? Go play some other games. Stick around to GTA 6. So, if you're asking me if we have a retirement plan, let me just put it to you like this. I never expected this to ever be something we did on a regular basis. So, you know, every day has been a blessing since I started many years ago. So this is, you know, we'll see what happens. I feel for my other people in the community. I feel for my folks out there, especially my folks that are just like really just started making Destiny content over, you know, the past few years in Final Shape and whatnot. So, but the good thing is, man, there's a lot of great games, dude. A lot of great games. Time for OnlyFans. I like the Division a lot. I like Warframe. There's still no Destiny replacement. That's an issue. Guys, why do you think I'm playing D1 right now? I want my last memories of Destiny, if Destiny was to close its doors, to be D1. Doesn't mean I'm not going to play the June update, but I promise you, if June update ends up being the last update for D2, I will play it, and then I will jump back on D1. I will, you know, do a couple exotic missions, run a couple cool strikes from way back in the day. Might farm a couple more Mago loops. And then that'd be it. You know, that'd be it. Do you think a D1 or D3 is more likely? I need to cope. I have no idea what's likely anymore, guys. That is outside of anything I know at this point. You know, Sony's leading the charge. They're the ones deciding things. I have no idea. I don't have anyone at Bungie internally that I could talk to. And to be quite honest with you, the people I do have, I don't even feel comfortable asking them. Because right now, I'm sure that they have a whole bunch of other stresses going on in their lives. Because normally following the news that we just had here recently is layoffs. And I think it'd be very insensitive of me to be like, hey, so what's the state of Destiny? And you guys going to make a D3 when, you know, we don't know what's really going to happen to them down the road. I think for me, D1 would be the cheaper option and the safer option. And it could be a way for Bungie to show Sony just how interested, you know, people really are in the Destiny IP. You know, if that's something that Sony needs proof on. I don't think they should need proof, but if that's something they really need proof on, to get the okay for development of a D3, all right. Sir Balter with 18 months, thank you so much. How many people have been laid off at this point? Quite a few. From the post Lightfall layoffs to the layoffs and departures that happened after Final Shape to the incubation team that got moved under Sony. Now, they weren't laid off, but they left Bungie, and they're under TMLFG at Sony. Quite a few, man. Yeah, look, if the June update or whatever, like if we get one more update for Destiny 2, just leave it in a good state. That's it. Like, build it in a way that's in a good state. If you want to go full-blown Age of Triumph, put it in a good state where players can jump in and have some good moments. I think it'd be very hard to really put it in a good state because fundamentally so many things are wrong with Destiny 2. But okay, I put it to you like this. Put it in the best state you could possibly put it in. And that's about all you can really do at this point for a D2. You know, since Red War and Forsaken is gone, how did Luke Smith even think he could keep calling it Destiny 2? If you think about it, like it made no sense for Beyond Light to be calling it Destiny 2. I think Luke Smith, I don't know. I don't know what the man was thinking, but maybe he thought, look, D2's fucked. Everything's falling apart. This engine is shit. Everything's going to ass, but we just need to make it to D3. Let's just say Destiny Payback was in fact a D3. Maybe he thought we just need to make it to that point. D2 is fucked. Was always going to be fucked. But we just got to make it to D3. Cole with the Prime, thank you so much. Why can't they make a Tiger Engine 2.0? Well, they have, and even done updates even in going into Beyond Light. They did the major overhaul going from Halo Reach to Destiny 1. But it just Fuck, it requires a lot, guys. It's not just like going in. I mean, maybe today you might be able to, you know, but I think when we did our video of the Tiger engine from the update from Halo Reach to Destiny, it was like nonstop work for like 2 years of like, oh shit, Luke, what was it? 200 to 300 employees working on that shit, which is crazy to think about. To get the Tiger engine to what it needed to be to take on Destiny 1. Why do we only say it's hard for Bungie, but not for all of the studios, literally? Well, what ends up happening in this situation, and I know a lot of people are going to shit on Unreal Engine, but we may be at a certain point right now where like Unreal may be the better engine for the direction that like Destiny is going in. Things are becoming more and more targeted toward becoming like more horde mode like, and also just people, you know, developers, the onboarding for a developer for Bungie games is, you know, you bringing them in, you're having to, you know, acclimate them to the Tiger engine and whatnot. You know, and on top of that, like Unreal Engine is constantly getting updates. I think the biggest one that I've seen, or that there's a lot of big ones that the Unreal Engine has really gotten over the past 6 months. Their ability to incorporate hordes of enemies without negatively impacting your game from like a hardware perspective. I can't remember the feature, but the other is their tag system. And what it essentially allows you to do is like at the way things are, and I don't know how long this has been in Unreal, but the way things are designed now is, and these are just updates that are continuing to happen over time, but it's just to allow you to scale without negatively impacting the experience for the player, and not running into hardware bottlenecks. You know what I mean? A huge reason why most people don't want to use Unreal though is you got to pay them. Whereas you're in-house engine, you don't have to pay. I can't remember what the percentage is. It's 5% after 1 million. Huh. Why did I think it was more? Oh. I mean, I'm not saying that's not like a lot. I mean, it depends. But there's also something about publishing on Epic Store that adjusts the rates too. Switching engines is no small feat. No, it's not. I completely agree. Switching engines is no small feat. But you could do this. Could try making a Destiny Classic in Unreal. Test the waters out before you move to a D3. I don't know. See what's happening with that, man. The main thing is like you need to reverse engineer the feel of things. Yeah, right. The game would feel so different. Hooligans. Okay, first up, Loco. Tell me your expertise in Unreal. Tell me your expertise in Unreal. Hold on. Tell me why you couldn't reverse engineer gunplay in Destiny to Unreal. I swear, dude. I swear. Loco, I fucking swear. Jester with the 53 months. Thank you so much. Unless they somehow nail the feeling of it, people will complain. They ruined Destiny feel. They couldn't. But getting all the devs to learn Unreal. Most devs already... Look, most developers know Unreal. I can guarantee you, Bungie would have an easier time hiring developers and onboarding them into Unreal than they do Tiger. I know this because I've had conversation with Bungie devs about this. It's definitely come up. Unreal has definitely come up. It's just, it would take time, yeah. But hiring devs on, be so much fucking easier. So much fucking easier. Unreal can help, but the real problem is not the dev team, but those who are in the suits taking decisions. All right. Well, let me put it to you like this. If you can increase the efficiency of your developers, would that not save you in labor costs? And although I don't agree with suits, and I don't care for them, does less costs equal good? I mean, we've seen the issues and woes of the Tiger engine. Fuck, do you not remember how much Telesto broke this game year over year? And even Bungie talked about just moving in-game assets being such a bitch with the Tiger engine. And look, just even some of my one-on-one conversation with some of the Bungie devs. Unreal has definitely been a topic. This is not something that, like, we're having this discussion right now. Unreal has definitely been a topic internally at Bungie, and obviously, like, that would be a hell of a leap. Now, whether or not that's going to happen, no idea. But it's definitely been a topic. Would folks actually come back for Destiny Classic? This is where I really have trouble with myself, because it's like, I obviously would, but that's just me, man. I think there's a lot of people on PC that would definitely want to play it because they never played it. There's a lot of people on consoles that would want to play it just to play it at current resolutions and current field of view. And then you got your folks that just want the nostalgia play of jumping back in and playing it again. I put it to you like this, like, you go, well, who would ever buy a remaster of Destiny? I don't know, probably the same fucker that bought Skyrim 11 times. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to play 3 characters again. Well, then be a lazy fuck. Just make 1 character. Yeah, but Bethesda wasn't facing an 800 million devaluation. Let me tell you something. You think Bethesda's cooking right now? Brother. Give it time. Give it fucking time. The only thing you guys got going for you right now is the possibility of another Elder Scrolls game. And look. And for my Activision guys, y'all give it time for y'all too. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. Better hope fucking Candy Crush keeps bringing it in. Elder Scrolls 6 isn't coming. I think it's gonna happen. Yeah. Look, man, there are actually multiple instances of companies being acquired and have, didn't necessarily produce what the parent company hoped they were going to produce. I mean, look, you might want to talk about BioWare. You're telling me Anthem wasn't a success? Anyways, there are definitely companies that have been acquired. This is, by the way, not giving Bungie an out. But Bungie, even after this most recent impairment, is still not the worst case. It's not at the worst case scenario yet. All right. But it's far from being what Sony wanted it to be. I mean, what year did Tencent... let me look this up. All right, so Tencent acquired majority stake in Riot Games February 2011 for approximately it says somewhere between 230 to 400 million. Okay, that would range. And then Tencent purchased the remaining equity to achieve 100% ownership on December 2015. Now, would we say was that a good investment? Hold on, you're saying Riot Games is shit now, but think about it. 2011, was that a good investment? All right. Microsoft announces agreement to acquire Mojang for $2.5 billion. September 15th, 2014. I remember at the time, dude, we thought that was crazy. We were like, damn. That's a lot of money. That's 2015. Would you say that was a good investment? Fuck yeah, it was. All right, so from Google here, Microsoft acquired Mojang for $2.5 billion in 2014, and the investment has been highly profitable. The franchise generating over $4.2 billion in total revenue from game sales alone as of early 2026. Minecraft consistently generates hundreds of millions in revenue annually, with reports indicating over $100 million in profit annually, making it one of Microsoft's most successful acquisitions. So I can promise you that's what Sony was hoping to get out of the Bungie situation. So, but didn't pan out that way. Didn't pan out that way. And League is also a money printer too. Yeah. Sony was on crack? No. So like, have you guys ever heard of Tails? Tails stocks, Tails ventures. If you read things like, if you ever read like Psychology of Money, it talks about chasing Tails. Like Sonic's friend? Not quite. It's essentially... and this is not always the case, but it's essentially, it's the tiny percentage of extreme, rare, and unpredictable events that drive the vast majority of investment results. So that's from an investment standpoint. And I'm sure there's a lot more analytic sides to what Sony does. But it's you know, say you go out there and you buy a bunch of stocks, right? You split your portfolio 10% per allocation. And you're like, all right, I'll put 10% in fucking Targets. I'll put 10% in fucking Home Depot. I'll put 10% in bullshit. And one of those happens to be Palantir in 2022. Well, you did pretty good. Because that 10% in Palantir is fucking cooking. You know what I mean? Or did cook. So it's the process is like, go out there, spread it out. It's gambling, really, but it's you're driving it via Tail stocks. And so last year was SanDisk. If you bought fucking anything in SanDisk, oh my god, who would have fucking thought too? SanDisk, really? Bloom Energy, really? Yeah, but you lost 90%. No. Your stocks in those 10% allocations might have fallen 50%, 60%. But that one 10% allocation went up fucking 1,500%. Do you see where I'm coming from this? Do you see what I'm saying? So it far outweighs those other losses. This is not investment advice, in my opinion. You don't even try to chase tails. You put that shit in a Vanguard S&P and you call it a day. You don't think about it. Okay? That's just my opinion, but everybody's going to do their own thing. I'm just letting you know that this is how certain investors operate. Okay? They're chasing those tails. I don't know, unless you got somebody that's a, you know, or you trade your own. I mean, whatever you want, you know. One golden egg inside of a basket of round ones. Exactly. But that one golden one, I don't know. How much did Palantir go up from 2022 to 2025? Like 1,500%. SanDisk in the past year alone is like 1,400%. You know what I mean? Bloom, another one that went up just... I remember GME when it was doing what it was doing. Salty Cereal with the 22 months. Thank you so much. I made bank off of Palantir. Yeah, man. Yeah. I know this because I bought some stocks on my mom's. My mom's she had a little account. You know. And, but she didn't feel comfortable trading the stocks on, and she asked me to buy some stocks for her. So this is like 2021, and I went and I bought some Tesla shares that really just did shit for 2 years. I bought like Etsy. What the fuck was I buying Etsy for? I don't fucking know. Fucking bought Etsy, you know? And I remember my last trade. I was like, I don't even know what the fuck Palantir does. I bought the rest of Palantir. And anyways, it went well. It went well. But it's funny because my mom, she's attached to Palantir. And that's what I tell her. It's like, don't be attached to these stocks. You know, when it gets up and it goes up, fucking cut it, pay your capital gains on it. That's all right. And walk away. But now she's like, no, she likes Palantir. She don't want to get rid of Palantir. I made a shitload off them too. Harrison with the 2 months. Thank you so much. Palantir's actual supervillain shit. Yeah, they get lots of government contracts. So, and you probably know why. What makes Warframe better than Destiny 2 right now? Why the game still has a growing... Why is this game still growing and not dropping? I think what Warframe represents is a community that loves their fucking game, that loves the studio, and they just want more Warframe. And as far as I've seen, DE's not trying to change up the formula too much. They're just continuing to cook on what the community loves. And on top of being free to play. You know, you could truly play Warframe all the way through and it's completely free to play. Warframe has wells, D2 doesn't. I think Destiny 2 has wells, but the problem is Destiny 2 is straddling both extreme. Like, they're straddling the paywalls, like the normal paywalls of a normal paid game, while also having monetization on it, like just about every cosmetic in the game, you know? Imagine if Soulframe was an extraction shooter. The reason they have 40,000 people watch Primetime, one of the mini streams each week. That's another thing. Warframe is the devs are just so... They're just so loved by the community from what I've seen, man. You know, they stream every week. They have a ton of people that come watch. And they eat that shit up. They have so many people in there. Peter with the 7 months. Thank you so much. The devs are hella likable. Yeah, because like they're very open about what's happening behind the scenes. But what I think what's really important is who do you see that are leading the develop? Like, who are the ones leading many of those conversations, many of those streams? Leadership. The leaders themselves are the ones that are actually the people that not just know what the fuck's going on or should know what the fuck is going on, but also can talk about the shit that's going on, you know? And I think that's what really separates that, is that, you know, they're constantly having FaceTime. You know, the people at the very, very top constantly have FaceTime with the community. Steve in the dev streams is the CEO. Yes. And I remember years ago, I at Pete Parsons on Twitter. This is when Trials first came back. And I wrote up a tweet and was like, Pete, best decision you made right now is giving us a damn anti-cheat in Destiny. And you know what I mean? Like, fucking Destiny people came out and was like, bro, never add a CEO. That's not what they do. You never add a CEO. It's like almost like you guys, the Destiny community was like, no, the CEO's on just another plane that we should never interact with. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? This is not the Pope, goddammit. You can fucking be like, hey, bro, this part of the game is shit. And if that CEO's worth the fuck, they'll look at it and go, yeah, it probably needs to be something done about that. Or not. I couldn't believe that was literally the replies I got under that tweet. It's like, no, how could you ever think of adding the CEO? Good shit, real. Good shit, my man. No CEOs worth the fuck. No, there are definitely CEOs that are worth the fuck out there. like there are 1,000% CEOs that have gone on to grow the shit out of their companies. And I mean, they may not be the nicest people, you know what I'm coming from. But if you own shares of that company, I'm sure if you own, you know, shares over the, you know, past 10 years, 20 years of JP Morgan Chase, probably like Jamie Dimon. So, you know, anyways, I think there are definitely good CEOs. I think the CEOs, you know, what you don't want is for your people in leadership not to know what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? Didn't some audio get leaked about Jamie Dimon, or was that fake audio? I don't know. Yeah, I like DE CEO. Steve is great. What does Steve always like? Steve loves how optimized Warframe and SoFrame is. Constantly talks about it. If I was a millionaire and I made a game tomorrow, I would be the CEO, but I would entrust others to steer the game in a certain direction, establish devs, etc. I would actually, here's the thing, if I had a company and made video games, I would set up a throne. In front of my throne would be this beautiful ultra wide monitor. All right. The best PC hooked up to it. Preferably made by Starforge. And I would come in every week and I would sit down and I would say, bring me what you got. I would make sure to have multiple keyboards. Okay. That were wireless, by the way. I would play whatever they present me. And if it was shit, fucking throw that keyboard. And I'd be like, who even thought of conceiving such a shit idea of a game? Yeah, we'll see how that would go. I'd work there. Control the devs like, damn. Sire, what do you command? RuneScape Classic? Anyways. Yeah, we probably wouldn't stay in business long. You know. Oh, Diablo 4? Oh man, it's great, dude. No, I got no tips, dude. Just enjoy the story. The story was fantastic. D3 needs to take the playbook from Warframe. Brother, D3 just needs to get it approved, man. I'm telling you, I think I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't even want to. I think it's being made. Yeah, I think so. Just got to wait a really long time. But I think he'll be here eventually, champ. What do I know? Nothing. I'm actually just going to keep telling you that I think a D3 is being made until 20 fucking years from now. Y'all are finally going to be like, so what the fuck happened at that? No, I don't think a D3 is being fucking made. Actually, the most recent earning calls tells me, at least just from my observation, that a D3 is most definitely not being made. But you guys, when I say that, I just said right there, D3 is definitely not being made. The Destiny community goes, so there's a chance. Huh? Yeah, we heard the way you said that. Still a chance. Let's face it, the best we can hope for is a Destiny 1 remastered. I don't know anymore, guys. Again, as I was saying, like, Sony's taking over everything. Sony's taking over everything. So I put it to you like this. I'm not familiar enough with Sony and how they deal with studios and IPs. So I guess look at the previous history. How does Sony normally deal with these things? I don't know. If you were asked what 3 things would you implement into a Destiny 3? It's never just that simple, man. I think D3 needs to capitalize on the original vision that Destiny 1 created, but expand that to be the MMORPG in the stars that we originally wanted it to be. I think it still needs to have rated dungeon content. I think it still needs to have PvP. I think it needs to have proper loot progression that never deviates from what the original loot progression of Destiny was. And as far as like narratively and all that other stuff, that's all for, that's all down to delivery and creative effort and all that other shit. You know where I'm coming from. I'm not even going to get into that. Whether the story takes place, in game like a year from now or 10 years from now or fucking 300 years in the past, all that really comes down to delivery. You know what I mean? A lot of people will hate on a prequel until that shit rolls out and that shit's hot. You know what I mean? Like I really like, people will be like, I don't want a prequel, and then the fucking prequel comes out and it's like, it's banging. You're like, damn, House of Dragons fucking cooks, or maybe you're not a fan of that, or whatever the new Game of Thrones show is. And so that it really just, when it comes to narrative and story, it really is just all about delivery. Warframe did it, right? Yeah. So, but I think I would honestly make everyone, if I was at Bungie, I would make everyone in the studio for like a solid 2-3 weeks start over new characters and play a D1. As fucking time consuming and wasteful as that might sound. Be like, hey guys, they walk into the studio and there's PlayStation fucking 5s and Xboxes all plugged up, and like, today we are all going to play Destiny 1. New characters. Everybody choose the new characters. I'm quitting that day, no 2-week notice. Bro, they're already not getting shit done. Right now, I'm concerned that the blind is leading the blind. Okay? And there needs to be a recentering of what makes Destiny Destiny. I know, Les. I've talked so much today. Holy shit. Les, you want to play some Deadlock? Tyson has been there and needs to put his foot down. Yeah, I don't, you know. I don't even know. I like Tyson, but I don't know what Tyson's vision for Destiny is. You know what I'm coming from? I don't know how he visualizes Destiny. Tyson, you know, I've chatted with him, and he, when it comes to like knowing internally how the nuts and bolts work for like Destiny as a whole, as the game, as it's, you know, facilitating memory, the guy knows his shit, dude. Like really knows his shit. So, but he also seems very, very tech heavy, which you need. And he's got a hell of a long tenure with a lot of games that he pulls inspiration from. Is it truly aligned with what Destiny players want? You know, we'll see what they show us in June, you know. You know, I felt like Joe from, you know, Witch Queen, Lightfall, Final Shape era, even though Lightfall was a miss, I thought Joe, even though his background was heavy in raid content, I felt like he had a very good grasp of like what a gamer experiences and what they feel. And so I wish Joe would come back, man. I really do wish Joe would come back. That's why when you look at the money that was set aside from Sony to Bungie on retaining talent, I just have to ask, where the fuck did that money go? If it didn't retain talent, that talent, like S tier fucking talent. Let me ask you, brother, what would economically be better, a D1 Classic or a new long-term D2 content, Tiger Engine-wise? I think okay, as much as I want a Destiny 1 Classic, and trust me, I do. I think that if there was never going to be a Destiny 3, like a Destiny 3 is just never going to happen. It's just never going to be a thing. Sony is not going to okay it. And Destiny 2 is really it. Then I think you should do everything in your power. Bungie should do everything in their power to make Destiny as whole and as complete of a package as they possibly can. You know, it doesn't mean that I don't want, obviously I want a deal on Classic, but I also know that like in terms of scope, Destiny 2, even though I got a problem with a lot of stuff, it's got a lot of shit, dude. There is a lot of stuff in Destiny 2. And I mean, it'd be nice to get D2 to a complete product. I don't know if it will, though. I miss when game directors would talk to the community. At this point, I think Tyson Green is too afraid to show his face. Well, I just think everyone like at that level, whether you're Ziegler or Tyson Green, I'm not giving them an ounce. I know right now you're going to say I'm giving them an ounce, but I just think that fucking Daddy Sony is right there and they're calling the shots, man. And so at one time we had that candid conversation with Joe back during D2, which was extremely refreshing. Keep in mind, I was following the state of the game, which was terribly received and tone deaf. And so, you know, I don't know. Maybe could be a situation where it's just like Tyson may want to talk to us, but what can he say? Like, what if he came on? Like, what if he was just being completely candid, and he came on was just like, listen, D2's in a shit situation, and it's not going to get better. Oh, and the marathon guys, they say that they hope you play marathon. W transparency? I mean, for real? Is that really out? You know where I'm coming from? I would be in peace. Les, did you say you wanted to do Deadlock or not? Where'd this man go? Bungie has zero independence now. Sony has taken over and won't allow any transparency of that level. Exactly, guys. I really think... And look, before you jump up and go, Sony's the bad guy here. Keep in mind, Bungie had their independence, okay? And things didn't pan out the way that it was supposed to. You know what I'm coming from? DMG can't speak out of his mouth, and DMG can't speak out. His mouth has been sealed, and the key's been thrown away. Yeah. Are the people who made D1 even there anymore? Not that many, right? Oh yeah, there's a lot more than what you think. There's a lot more people there that have worked at Bungie even during the Halo days, into D1, into D2. That are still there. I won't lie, quite a few of them are actually split off into Marathon. Some have rotated back into Destiny. And you know, but the big things are like just the big talent over the like losing Chris Proctor sucked, man. That sucked. I really liked hearing I really liked seeing him in streams and stuff like that, talk about weapons and stuff. And I really hated that. And then losing Joe really sucked. Losing some of the people from the narrative team for D2 really sucked. Losing Luke and Mark Noseworthy, I thought sucked, you know? Just for what they represented. Christopher Barrett's original design document infinitely better than his hero shooter. Trash we got as well. Well, man, you know, here's the thing. I don't know if Christopher Barrett's version of Marathon would have been better or not. No idea, but it doesn't matter. The reality is that, you know, sexual harassment allegations came out against him. And, you know, I guess there's a pending lawsuit right now, unless it's been dismissed. But, you know, it's all around unfortunate. What are the allegations? I don't know. Dude, we've covered it once already. I personally don't want to get too hung up on anything. especially with if there are actually ongoing legal matters. So we'll just wait to see how that one settles. And not that I don't believe, because there was multiple women that came out. Multiple women came out and said stuff, but you know, probably just best not to flirt with people you work with, and definitely don't flirt with people that work under you. You know where I'm coming from? So but his version of Marathon, who knows? I know that it would have came out way before it actually came out, probably, which would have been good, which would have been way better. I feel like Bungie's going to wait until the week before the update to really draw attention to the update before they know it's going to be a mid update, that it's mostly stuff that should have launched with the Edge of Fate. I have no idea, guys. I have no idea. We have to see what, you know what I mean? I know that there are a bunch of you guys that are like really hoping Destiny, you know, that meme of like poking the thing with the stick. That's kind of what people are doing right now with Destiny. So season 2 in Marathon debuts at 40,000 concurrent viewers. Yeah. Here's the thing that's going to irritate me about the Marathon community. If Marathon does inevitably die, excuse me, if Marathon does actually die, the thing is, you cannot blame the Destiny community for this, okay? You cannot blame us, all right? We've played Marathon alongside you, and there's a good chance I'll play season 2 as well. So, and but y'all cannot blame the Destiny. What I'm saying is, if Marathon actually does die, you cannot come out of this situation being like, fucking Destiny, damn Destiny communities did this to us. Don't fucking blame us. You definitely fucking can. It ain't our fucking fault. Hey, you call your cousin up. Ask him to play fucking Marathon. Azra. Or blame us right now. We played it with you. We played it at lunch. Isn't the Marathon community 17% Destiny players? Something like that. Yeah, something like that. You played it at launch. The community didn't. Smart move, Robert. You may be talking that shit right now, but I hope you know next to your name is a Marathon Silkworm icon. So when you say you played it at launch, no, motherfucker. You and I played it at launch. As displayed by the icon next to your name. Yes, but I don't play Destiny. Well, give it a year. Maybe the only thing you can play. Depending on how things go with Marathon. But don't worry. I'm sure things are going to be fine. All right, I got to get the fuck off here, man. And this is how you burn bridges. All right, guys, y'all been wonderful, man. Listen, we're coming back tomorrow. We're going to be doing some probably 390 Wrath of the Machine. So if you're looking for some fun, sweaty time, and hopefully some good loot drops, we're going to be doing that, okay? Y'all been great, man. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. Y'all have a great, wonderful night. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.